Chapter 5047. Even Gu Fei found it hard to believe that there was actually an astral-swallowing beast hidden at the back of Star Mountain. Could it be that the person who set up the formation used the formation to gather the heaven and earth spirit energy from all directions to feed this astral-swallowing beast? This would prove why the heaven and earth spirit energy gathered by the formation on Star Mountain had disappeared. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy on Star Mountain was higher than ordinary places, it was not that high. However, Star Mountain was really the best place in the Meteorite Mountain range. What's that run? At this moment, the mountain was already in chaos. When had the disciples of Star Sect ever seen a wild beast as huge as a mountain? Some people's legs went limp, while others peed their pants. Everyone fled down the mountain in a panic. Roar! The savage beast roared furiously at the figure on the top of the mountain. A terrifying sound wave spread out, causing the sky to tremble once again. Sect Master, you, the upper echelons of Star Sect, were shocked to the extreme. No one expected the Sect Master to be so ruthless as to release that taboo existence. It was easy to release it, but it would be difficult to capture it again. The destructive power of this wild beast was absolutely unparalleled. The wild beast directly walked up the mountain, and the sound of heavy footsteps rang out. With every step it took, the entire mountain shook. It seemed like this wild beast had its eyes on Gu Fei at the top of the mountain. An extremely violent and ferocious aura erupted from the wild beast's body, causing the world to lose its color. This little guy is very fierce. Gu Fei was still sitting cross-legged in the air above the mountaintop. Although this astral-swallowing beast was powerful, it was just a small beast in his eyes. Even if a real heaven-devouring beast appeared in front of him, it would not be a big deal, let alone this astral-swallowing beast that was related to the heaven-devouring beast by blood. Gu Fei thought to himself, Qi Jinshan is a ruthless person. He actually released this wild beast to deal with me. With the strength of Star Sect, they could not control this wild beast at all. Does Qi Jinshan want to perish together with me? The star-swallowing beast was simply too huge. As this fellow climbed up the mountain, the entire Star Mountain kept shaking as if it could collapse at any time. Countless pavilions on the mountain were collapsing. Some of the Star Sect disciples who could not dodge in time were buried in the pavilions. Seeing this scene, the upper echelons of the Star Sect really wanted to die. Under the ravaging of this wild beast, Star Mountain was going to be finished. Father, you're crazy! Qi Fei rushed out of her cultivation area, and upon seeing the sight before her, she was dumbfounded. Her father was really too vicious. He had really released the legendary divine beast. In the back mountain of the Stellar Mountain, there was a divine beast in deep slumber. It was unknown how long it had been in slumber. However, Qi Jinshan knew how to wake up the sleeping divine beast. It was also because of the existence of this divine beast that Qi Jinshan had the confidence to provoke Gu Fei. Haha, kid, you're dead this time. Qi Jinshan laughed. A mere star-devourer beast thinks it can deal with me? You're thinking too much. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky above the mountain peak, laughed. What did you say? Qi Jinshan said coldly. I said that you're a fool. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. You! Qi Jinshan was shocked and furious. At this moment, the mountain-like star-swallowing beast was about to climb to the top of the mountain. This wild beast climbed all the way to the top of the mountain, and wherever it passed, the rocks would shatter and half of the mountain would be destroyed. Seeing this scene, Qi Jinshan's heart ached. However, he knew that if he did not kill this fellow today, the Star Sect would probably be destroyed by this fellow at any time. Qi Jinshan did not believe that Gu Fei would only come here to cultivate for a few days before leaving. In fact, no one would believe it. In Qi Jinshan's eyes, Gu Fei must have come here for a reason. It was definitely not a good thing for the Star Sect, so the genius took the risk. At this moment, not a single star sect disciple could be seen on Star Mountain. All the disciples of the star sect had already escaped the mountain gate. Who would dare to stay on Star Mountain? Once that peerless divine beast unleashed its might, the entire Star Mountain would probably be completely destroyed. Even Qi hid far away. Roar! Before the star-swallowing beast could climb to the top of the mountain, it leaped up and swallowed Gu Fei, who was in the sky. Enough! Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and pressed down gently. Then, the mountain-like star-swallowing beast seemed to have collided with an invisible wall and fell from the sky to the top of the mountain. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire mountain was blasted apart by the star-swallowing beast. Countless rocks flew in all directions, and dust filled the air. It was chaos. Qi was stunned when he saw this. That guy only casually stretched out his hand and pressed down the divine beast from the sky. That was a legendary divine beast. The fact that there was a divine beast in slumber in the star sect was actually not a secret. Back then, this divine beast had woken up from its slumber once. That time it was a disaster for all the forces in the meteorite mountain range. Fortunately, the divine beast only woke up for half a day. It only circled the meteorite mountain range once before returning to the back mountain of Star Mountain and continuing to sleep. However, that divine beast had caused great harm to the forces in the meteorite mountain range. However, this way, the back mountain of Star Mountain had become a forbidden area in the entire meteorite mountain range. It was an absolute forbidden area, and no one dared to alarm the divine beast. Now, this young man in black actually pressed down the divine beast with one hand. Gu Fei's move shocked everyone, including Qi. Rumble, the star-swallowing beast, who was pressed down by Gu Fei on the top of the mountain, was really doubting its life as a beast. I'm a divine beast, but I'm actually pressed down on the mountain by a human. I've lost all my face as a divine beast. Although divine beasts weren't humans, they also had pride. The star-swallowing beast struggled violently, but the more it struggled, the stronger the power that erupted from the other party's hand. After a period of rubbing, the star-swallowing beast even wanted to die. Countless mud and rocks rolled down from the top of the mountain, and the entire Star Mountain was reduced by a large chunk. Spare me, exalted one. The star-swallowing beast immediately begged for mercy. That young man in black was simply too terrifying. Qi could not be more dumbfounded. This divine beast was actually begging for mercy from that young man in black? What was going on? I happen to lack a mount. From today onwards, you'll be my mount. As Gu Fei spoke, he formed a seal with his hand and directly shot a forbidden technique into the star-swallowing beast's body. Yes, master. I'll definitely be master's mount obediently. It's my blessing to be able to be master's mount. The star-swallowing beast said carefully. Chapter 5048. At the peak of Star Mountain, Gu Fei suppressed the divine beast with one hand and subdued the legendary invincible divine beast in the meteorite mountain range under everyone's dumbfounded gaze. The Star Sect's sect master, Qi, who had released the divine beast, was scared out of his wits. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect this seemingly young man in black to be so terrifying. Swoosh! Qi immediately turned into a divine light and soared into the sky, fleeing for his life. Still trying to escape? Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed at the fleeing Qi. Qi felt his body tighten, and then he flew back toward Gu Fei involuntarily. At this moment, the star-swallowing beast quickly shrank and turned into a monkey-like fellow. Moreover, this fellow was only the size of a fist, furry and very cute. Gu Fei was a little speechless. The ferocious and terrifying star-swallowing beast that was as big as a mountain just now had actually become so small and cute. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, who would have believed it? At this moment, Gu Fei waved his right hand and directly threw Qi, who had been caught by him through the air, onto the mountain top. There was nothing at the peak of Star Mountain now, because half of the entire mountaintop had been destroyed by the star-swallowing beast. The original pavilions and halls on the mountaintop had all been destroyed. Don't kill me. Qi Jinshan was terrified. He had no choice but to be terrified because he had long been scared out of his wits by Gu Fei. This young man had even subdued the legendary divine beast. Don't kill my father. Qi Fei rushed over, and in her panic her veil fell off, revealing her ravishing countenance. Qi Fei of the Star Sect was the most beautiful girl in the Meteorite mountain range. However, ever since she wore a veil, no one could see her face. Ever since she reached the age of marriage, the threshold of the Star Sect had been trampled to pieces, and the elites of the various forces in the Meteorite mountain range had come to propose marriage. However, the Star Sect was already the overlord of the Meteorite mountain range. As the dignified daughter of the Star Sect's sect master, how could Qi Fei take a fancy to these guys in the Meteorite mountain range? Qi Fei's gaze was no longer on the Meteorite mountains. Don't kill my father. Qi Fei's face had already turned pale with fright. She stood in front of Qi Jinshan and blocked his way. When did I say I wanted to kill your father? Gu Fei teased the star-devourer beast sitting on his shoulder. Little fellow, didn't you say you would be my mount? Why does it feel like I've become your mount? Master! Startled by Gu Fei's words, the star-swallowing beast jumped off Gu Fei's shoulder and transformed into a black-scaled unicorn. This star-devourer beast was proficient in transformation. It could transform into an adorable little fellow or a warhorse. That's more like it. That's more like a mount. Gu Fei gave the star-devourer beast a thumbs up. Master, spare me. The warhorse that the star-devourer beast had transformed into trembled as it spoke. What's wrong with you all? Do you all think that I'm going to kill you? Gu Fei glanced at Qi Fei and her daughter, as well as the star-devourer beast, and said with some amusement, Qi Jinshan and his daughter, as well as the star-devourer beast, didn't know what to say. You've already occupied Stellar Mountain. Are you here to have fun? All right, all of you behave yourselves. Of course, if you insist on me killing you, I'll be more than happy to oblige. Gu Fei said. Don't, master, please don't. I haven't lived enough yet. The star-devourer beast was the first to cower. Qi Jinshan and the others naturally didn't want to die. Qi Jinshan directly lay on the ground and begged Gu Fei. His entire body was trembling, and it seemed like he was really scared out of his wits by Gu Fei. Qi Fei, on the other hand, looked at Gu Fei with a somewhat resentful expression. She was a young girl who didn't want a peerless hero to come to marry her on a 9-colored cloud. In Qi Fei's eyes, Gu Fei was that peerless hero in her heart, but this peerless hero didn't seem to like her at all. This made Qi Fei feel very depressed. All of you retreat. Don't disturb my cultivation. Gu Fei waved his right hand and said calmly. Yes, Qi Jinshan and his daughter immediately turned around and ran away. The star-devourer beast also disappeared in a flash. Roar! Very soon, an earth-shattering roar came from outside Stellar Mountain. Don't kill! When Gu Fei heard this roar, he immediately sent a voice transmission to the star-devourer beast. The star-devourer beast was definitely an invincible existence in the Meteorite mountain range. Once this wild beast started a massacre outside, all the living beings in the entire Meteorite mountain range would be in deep trouble. In the next moment, there was no movement outside Stellar Mountain. At this moment, the entire Star Sect was dumbfounded. The legendary divine beast had actually been subdued by that mysterious young man. How could the Star Sect endure this? One had to know that the Star Sect had been guarding this divine beast for countless years. Now, this mysterious young man had subdued the divine beast the moment he arrived and almost destroyed Stellar Mountain. Although everyone in the Star Sect hated Gu Fei to the core, no one dared to complain or be angry. This was because no one in the Star Sect, from the sect master Qi Jinshan to the ordinary Star Sect disciples, wanted to die. In this world, the strong were still respected. For several days, Gu Fei carefully sensed at the peak of Stellar Mountain. His powerful divine consciousness enveloped the entire Stellar Mountain. There was actually an earth vein deep under this Stellar Mountain. The formation of Stellar Mountain was connected to the earth vein, and could the earth vein be the territory of that peerless spirit treasure? Gu Fei opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. In the next moment, a divine light rushed out from between Gu Fei's brows, and the divine light directly turned into an illusory figure. It was a divine consciousness avatar. Gu Fei's divine consciousness avatar disappeared into the void and burrowed into the ground. The underground of the star sect was covered with formation patterns, but these formation patterns could not stop Gu Fei's divine consciousness avatar at all. Gu Fei's divine consciousness avatar directly passed through the layers of formation and entered the earth vein. The earth vein was not dark because there were many spirit crystals condensed here. These spirit crystals were glowing and illuminating the earth vein. Yes, at this moment, Gu Fei's divine consciousness avatar suddenly sensed a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. Gu Fei's divine consciousness avatar directly rushed in the direction of the spiritual energy fluctuation. However, when he arrived at the place where the spiritual energy fluctuation was, the aura had already disappeared. Interesting. Gu Fei's divine consciousness avatar smiled. It was the first time he had encountered such a cunning, peerless spirit treasure. It seemed that this spirit treasure's intelligence was not low. Just as Gu Fei was about to collect the peerless spirit treasure in the earth vein, Lilia, who was in the void realm, was suffering in southern wilderness. The situation in southern wilderness was even more turbulent. Moreover, the various feudal lords of southern wilderness were also restless and could not sit still anymore. Chapter 5049. Gu Fei's departure doubled the pressure on Shaoya. One must know that the current southern wilderness was in a mess. The fierce Tiger King and the North Garrison King had joined forces to eliminate the Shaman King Wu Zhao. However, when the other Shaman Kings saw that Wu Zhao could not withstand the combined forces of the fierce Tiger King and the North Garrison King, they finally could not sit still anymore. The other Shaman King, Wu Fang, had no choice but to lend a helping hand. As a result, the fierce Tiger King and the North Conquering King couldn't gain any advantage even if they worked together. The two sides were in a stalemate again, and no one could kill the other. However, the situation in the eastern part of southern barbaric land was extremely grim because the East King had invited the Myriad Transformations ancestor. 10,000 years ago, the Myriad Transformations patriarch was already as famous as the Hong Sky patriarch in the Array Dao. When the Myriad Transformations patriarch attacked, he had nearly broken the Hong Sky patriarch's Sky Scorpion array. Patriarch Tianhong's array Dao cultivation was truly impressive. Even Myriad Transformations patriarch could not possibly break the Sky Scorpion array in one go. Ancestor, you've been here for quite some time, right? The East King said to the Myriad Transformations ancestor in the main tent of the East King's army. What? You want to blame me for not doing my job well? Who was the Myriad Transformations ancestor? How could he not understand what Dong Wang was implying? I don't dare. Dong Wang smiled politely. The East King's trusted generals were also present. Advisor Su Qinyin sat to the left of the East King, while Mu Gaofeng sat to the right. The Myriad Transformations ancestor sat opposite the East King. If you can get your hands on the geocentric netherworld spring water, I will immediately break the formation, twist off Tianhong's head and kick it like a ball. I will let you drive straight in and kill your way to the southern barbarian royal capital. The Myriad Transformations ancestor shouted. Geocentric yellow springs water. Dong Wang couldn't help but frown when he heard that. That was a supreme treasure of the world. Some people said that the little princess of the West Sea Dragon clan had once obtained such a supreme treasure. The little princess of the West Sea Dragon clan, Long Xiaozhou, was the apple of the West Sea Old Dragon Emperor's eye. At the same time, she had also entered the Ling Tian Palace. Who would dare to touch her? I'll think of something, Dong Wang muttered. There might be geocentric yellow spring water in Ling Tian Palace. Really? The myriad transformations, ancestor smiled and did not say anything. He already knew that the East King had the support of a great figure from the Ling Tian Palace. Otherwise, how could the East King dare to compete with Gu Fei? It was the same for the sorcerer tribe. If the sorcerer tribe did not have a shaman emperor holding down the fort, even if Wu Zhao was 10 times braver, he would not dare to attack the fierce Tiger King. Moreover, up until now, Gu Fei was still in closed-door cultivation. Actually, they didn't know that Gu Fei had already come out of seclusion. However, there was only one person who knew that Gu Fei had come out of seclusion, and that was Xiaoya. However, after Gu Fei exited seclusion, he had already left the Southern Man royal capital. Of course, besides Xiaoya, no one knew that Gu Fei had left Southern Man imperial capital. With Gu Fei's cultivation, no one was able to sense him leaving the Southern Man imperial capital. The Southern Man imperial capital was still bustling. The people in the city did what they had to do. The major city gates were still bustling with traffic. On both sides of the main road in the city, shops stood in great numbers. Experts from all over the world had gathered in the Southern Man imperial capital. At this time, countless forces in the entire Southern Man imperial capital had sent spies into the Southern Man imperial capital. Now, in the Southern Man imperial capital, there were countless pairs of eyes staring at the Southern Man imperial capital. They were all staring at Gu Fei. When will Master return? Xiaoya stood guard outside Gu Fei's place of seclusion. However, the place of seclusion was empty. However, she had no choice but to stand guard here because this way, everyone would think that Gu Fei was still in seclusion. This was also the fundamental reason why the Southern Man imperial capital was not in chaos. No one dared to cause trouble in the Southern Man imperial capital. It did not matter how chaotic it was outside. However, if anyone dared to cause trouble in the Southern Man imperial capital, they would definitely be courting death. One had to know that the current master of the imperial capital was Gu Fei. This Gu Fei was someone who dared to fight with the Ling Tian Palace master, who dared to cause trouble in his territory. The news of Gu Fei attacking the Ling Tian Palace did not spread. This was because this was simply too embarrassing for the people of the Ling Tian Palace. Since ancient times, no one had ever dared to attack the mountain gate of the Ling Tian Palace and directly challenge the Ling Tian Palace master. Therefore, the upper echelons of the Ling Tian Palace issued a death order. If anyone dared to spread this matter, they would be killed without mercy. In this way, the disciples of the Ling Tian Palace would not dare to speak carelessly. Of course, it did not matter, even if people knew that Gu Fei had come out of seclusion. In the entire Void Realm, other than the Ling Tian Palace master, there was no one else who could threaten Gu Fei. While Gu Fei was collecting the supreme spiritual treasure in the Meteorite Mountain Range, in the sky, Long Xiaozhou led a group of experts of the West Sea Dragon clan to hunt down the second son of the barbarian emperor, Manyu. Wang Dozhan of the Battle Sect even offered a sky-high bounty for the heads of Manyu, Mu Tianfeng, and Mr. Qiushui. At this time, Long Xiaozhou led the Black Dragon King and the others to guard outside the extreme Devil Cave, waiting for Manyu to come. Your Highness, do you think Manyu will not dare to appear? Two figures stood on top of a mountain outside the extreme Devil Cave. They were Long Xiaozhou and the Black Dragon King. The other experts of the West Sea Dragon clan were scattered around the extreme Devil Cave, occupying the best positions. Moreover, Long Xiaozhou also set up layers of arrays around the extreme Devil Cave. Unless Manyu doesn't appear, once he does, he will definitely be discovered by Long Xiaozhou. Continue to guard. If Manyu wants to obtain the power to challenge my cheat master, he will definitely come. unless he doesn't want to take revenge. Long Xiaozhou said indifferently, "True." The Black Dragon King smiled. In a hidden valley a dozen li away from the mountain where Long Xiaozhou was, Mu Tianfeng and Man Yu were hiding in a cave. "Senior Mu, what should we do now?" "Man," you whispered to Mu Tianfeng. "Second Master, don't be impatient. Let's hide for a few days and let them relax their vigilance." Mu Tianfeng said after thinking, All right." Although Man Yu was unwilling, he had no other choice. Long Xiaozhou was too hateful. He actually guarded the extreme devil cave. In this way, it would be somewhat difficult for him to enter the extreme devil cave. Long Xiaozhou had the advantage in numbers while they only had 2 people. One Black Dragon King was enough to give them a headache. Now, other than Long Xiaozhou and the experts of the West Sea, there was also Wang Dozhan of the Battle Sect and the Vice Sect Master Lei Ao of the Battle Sect. The disciples of the Battle Sect also set up layers of checkpoints around the extreme Devil Cave. It was already very amazing for them to be able to barge their way here. However, seeing that the extreme Devil Cave was right in front of them but was blocked by someone, Man Yu was extremely depressed. He really wanted to tear Long Xiaozhou and the others into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 50-50. In the Void Realm, the center of the 5 great regions was still peaceful. The Buddhist clan and the Sky clan, these 2 superpowers, didn't make any moves. The Sky clan guarded the Void Beginning, while the Buddhist clan guarded the extreme Devil Cave. However, when Long Xiaozhou brought the experts of the Dragon clan near the extreme Devil Cave, the Buddhist clan ignored them and allowed Long Xiaozhou to set up the formation. The people of the Buddhist clan didn't show themselves easily, but once they did, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Actually, Long Xiaozhou didn't dare to be impudent in the extreme Devil Cave. However, her father was an old antique that had lived for countless years. He used to travel the world and knew many people. Even in the Buddhist clan, there were people who had some friendship with the West Sea Old Dragon. The Buddhist clan also received the news that someone wanted to enter the extreme Devil Cave and become a demon. How could they do that? The extreme Devil Cave was the origin of the devils in the Void Realm. For countless years, any living being that entered the extreme Devil Cave would turn into a terrifying devil. Some experts of the evil path even wanted to use the extreme Devil Cave to become a demon. After becoming a demon, human experts would lose all emotions and only know how to kill. Moreover, their battle prowess was shocking. Even the experts of the Buddhist clan couldn't suppress them. Such a tragedy had happened in the past. The Buddhist clan had lost many of their experts in the Devil Calamity. This way, with Long Xiaozhou and the battle gate in the open and the Buddhist ancestor watching in the dark, even someone as strong as Mu Tianfeng wouldn't dare to show his head at this time. The Buddhist clan wouldn't be lenient to these people who wanted to become a demon. That was because after they turned into demons, these fellas would turn into horrifying demons. At that time, they would wreak havoc in the world. Therefore, even if it was the Buddha race who emphasized on being merciful, they would not be soft-hearted at this moment. Long Xiaozhou stood guard for more than 10 days. In these 10 days, she couldn't even see a shadow, let alone Man Yu. The demonic energy in the extreme Devil Cave was vast and mighty. Even in the outskirts of the cave, one would be affected by the demonic energy. Those with weak cultivations would also have their inner demons triggered by the demonic nature if they stayed here for too long. They would also be in danger of becoming a demon. However, a person with a firm mind would be affected by the demonic energy and wouldn't easily become a demon. However, it was hard to say for those who wanted to become a demon. Even Man Yu can endure it. Long Xiaozhou continued to climb up the mountain as usual, inspecting the formation he had set up. The Black Dragon King and the others had just hunted a ferocious beast in the mountains and roasted it to eat. Although they were from the dragon race, they did not reject delicacies. Compared to eating raw, roasted food was naturally more delicious. "Boss, how long do you think we have to stay here?" A Dragon Clan powerhouse glanced at the dragon boat on a distant mountain and said in a low voice, You ask me, but who should I ask? The Black Dragon King glanced at the sky and said, That fellow man, you shouldn't dare to come. The other expert from the dragon clan flipped the roasted meat on the grill and continued to roast it. It doesn't matter if he comes or not. We just have to stand guard. The Black Dragon King said expressionlessly. Actually, there were still people from the Buddha race watching in the dark. Maybe Manyu was really terrified and didn't dare to come. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from the direction of the extreme devil cave, causing the earth to shake. The Black Dragon King and the others were shocked and hurriedly looked towards the direction of the sound. They saw a black demonic chi rushing into the sky from the direction of the extreme devil cave, forming a huge mushroom cloud. In the next moment, the mushroom cloud spread out. The demonic chi covered the sky, and a terrifying demonic aura spread out. Even the Black Dragon King felt his heart palpitate. The eruption of devil chi formed a circle of black devil chi that was thousands of feet tall, sweeping out in all directions. Wherever it passed, mountain ridges were directly shattered. The formation that Long Xiaozhou had set up in the mountains was instantly destroyed. The Black Dragon King and the others who had already rushed into the sky were all stunned when they saw this terrifying scene. What are you all still standing there for? Why aren't you running? Are you waiting for death? A loud shout woke the Black Dragon King and the other experts from the dragon race from their shock. Run! One of the experts from the dragon race roared and turned to flee. The other experts from the dragon race also turned to flee. What's going on? The Black Dragon King was stunned. Why did the extreme devil cave suddenly explode? Very quickly, 9 rays of Buddha light rushed out from the mountains around the extreme devil cave. A huge Buddha seal appeared in the sky above the extreme devil cave and directly pressed down on it. Waves of demonic roars came from the extreme devil cave. Within the demonic chi, there seemed to be a group of demons dancing. Ha! You want to trap me? Dream on! An angry roar came from the extreme devil cave. A figure rushed out from the monstrous demonic chi. This person had disheveled hair and a pair of blood-red eyes. On his forehead, there was a demonic mark that emitted a demonic light that caused one's heart to palpitate. Manyu, how is this possible? When the Black Dragon King saw that person, he instantly screamed as if he had seen a ghost. He was extremely shocked. They had been guarding the extreme devil cave with their lives. How did this Manyu enter the extreme devil cave? Moreover, it seemed like this fellow had already turned into a devil. A peaceful Buddha voice rang out. The demonic chi that filled every inch of the void was immediately reduced by half. The Buddha voice contained supreme Buddha power. It was the nemesis of the demonic Tao. When this daddy meets the Buddha, I will kill. Manyu was incomparably crazy. Rays of demonic light rushed out from his body and revolved around him. The demonic might was shocking. Who can tell me what happened? Long Xiaozhou was furious. He had put up so many defenses, but he still couldn't defend against Manyu. This fellow actually entered the extreme devil cave and successfully turned into a devil. The Black Dragon King and the others didn't know what happened. No one thought that Manyu actually had such great abilities. He actually sneaked into the extreme devil cave without anyone noticing. How did he do it? Let alone the Black Dragon King and the others. Even Long Xiaozhou was very curious. At that moment, the ancestral Buddha finally made his move. 9 beams of Buddhist light shot out from the 9 mountain peaks. The immense Buddhist power was like a terrifying wave of demonic aura that was spreading out to block the attack. At the peak of each mountain, there was an old monk sitting cross-legged. The 9 old monks were like Buddhas descending to the mortal world. They chanted, and their bodies shone with Buddha light. They were refining the demonic energy that erupted from the extreme devil cave. Boom! Bang! Muffled sounds of collision shook the heavens and earth. Manyu, who had turned into a devil, started to attack the formation of the Buddhist sect. He was incomparably crazy. The demonic energy erupted from his body and was extremely powerful. The rarest thing was that this fellow could still maintain a certain level of clarity and didn't completely fall into madness. Chapter 50-51. No one would have thought that Man Yu would enter the extreme devil cave without anyone noticing and successfully become a devil. This Man Yu actually directly detonated the extreme devil cave. Extremely violent demonic chi erupted and spread out in all directions. But at this moment, 9 huge Buddha lights shot out from the 9 mountains outside the extreme devil cave. The 9 Buddha lights formed an incomparably huge Buddha seal in the sky above the extreme devil cave. Buddhist power erupted, suppressing the extreme devil cave. Auspicious Buddha chants resounded between heaven and earth, like a supreme Buddha chanting sutras. The Buddha chants dispersed the devil chi between heaven and earth. The huge Buddhist sect formation blocked the devil chi that erupted from the extreme devil cave. Rumble! The entire Buddhist formation was shaking and countless Buddhist, devil-subduing Buddhist seals appeared in the void. No matter how strong and fierce the demonic power that erupted from Devil Cave was, it could not break through the Buddhist formation. At this moment, one powerful figure after another appeared in the surroundings of the extreme demon cave. Every single one of them emitted a towering Buddhist glow. Buddha and devil have always been mortal enemies since ancient times. Things have gotten out of hand. Seeing this, Long Xiaozhou could only bring her subordinates and escape first. Man Yu became a devil and became extremely powerful. Moreover, his devil chi was constantly increasing. The devil rune on his forehead emitted a dazzling devil light. The heaven and earth spiritual chi and devil chi crazily gathered between Man Yu's eyebrows. He directly absorbed them and turned them into his own energy. Roar! In the Buddhist sect formation, above the extreme devil cave, Man Yu crazily drew the power of the extreme devil cave and broke through the shackles of his cultivation. Streams of devil chi that looked like devil dragons rushed out from the depths of the extreme devil cave and instantly entered Man Yu's body. Man Yu screamed in pain. The next moment, his clothes were torn apart. There were actually small, snake-like things swimming around on his skin. Yeah, Man Yu's body trembled. He raised his head and roared. A dazzling devil light rushed out from between his eyebrows, transforming into an ancient devil seal that fiercely slammed against the Buddha seal in the sky. Boom! A loud explosion shook the heaven and earth. The demon seal and the Buddha seal collided. 2 powerful forces exploded. It was as if the entire world was going to be destroyed. It was incomparably terrifying. After the Buddha seal in the sky was hit by the Buddha seal that rushed out of Man Yu's forehead, the Buddha seal in the sky dimmed. Man Yu waved his right hand towards the depths of extreme devil cave. A beam of demonic light shot out from the depths of extreme devil cave and was caught by him. The demonic light dissipated and a demonic halberd appeared in Man Yu's hand. A demonic dragon appeared on the halberd, giving off a terrifying demonic aura. It's the devil dragon halberd. The devil dragon halberd actually recognized him as his master? An old voice rang out. This little guy's demonic affinity is not bad. Another old voice sounded. Demon fate my ass. Before this demon becomes a demon lord, we should get rid of him as soon as possible. A rough voice came from afar. The angry Buddha Supreme is here. An old voice sounded. Fury Buddha Supreme? Long Xiaozhou, who had already escaped far away, couldn't help but be shocked. The angry Buddha Supreme was an expert of the Buddha clan. He was also a Buddhist lord who specialized in subduing demons. The angry Buddha Supreme wasn't like the other Buddhist lords. He had a bad temper and only had one word when facing demons, which was kill. It was unknown how many demons had died under the angry Buddha Supreme's Vajra exorcism wand. Even a peerless demon who had turned into a demon had his soul scattered by the angry Buddha Supreme's exorcism wand. Heavenly Buddha, open the Buddha formation. Let me go in and exterminate the demon. The angry Buddha Supreme shouted at a figure sitting cross-legged on the top of a mountain. In the Buddha clan, there were 3 Buddhist lords: heaven, earth, and human. They were in charge of all the affairs of the Buddha clan. In the Buddha clan, the one with the highest status was the Heaven Buddha Supreme, followed by the Earth Buddha Supreme, and finally the Human Buddha Supreme. The other Buddhist lords had to listen to the 3 Buddhist lords. Anger Buddha, don't you dare act recklessly. The Earth Buddha Supreme, who was sitting cross-legged on another mountain, said, "Could it be that I can't exterminate this little demon?" The angry Buddha Supreme glared at the Earth Buddha Supreme. "Don't act rashly." The Human Buddha Supreme also said. The angry Buddha Supreme was speechless when he saw that the 3 Buddhist lords didn't allow him to kill his way into the extreme Devil Cave. However, no matter how fiery his temper was, he didn't dare to say anything at this moment. He didn't dare to openly challenge the authority of the Heaven, Earth, and Human Buddha Supreme. At this moment, the 9 Buddhist lords controlling the Buddha formation used their full power and raised the Buddha formation's power to the limit. Man Yu roared and crazily swung the devil dragon, halberd in his hand, to attack the Buddha formation. However, the power of the Buddha formation was too strong. Man, you couldn't break it in a short time and leave the extreme Devil Cave. "Little fellow, let me lend you a helping hand." At this moment, an old voice came from the depths of the extreme Devil Cave. "What, he's not dead?" The angry Buddha Supreme was shocked when he heard the voice from the extreme Devil Cave. This was an old rival of his that was beaten out of the extreme Devil Cave by him 1,000 years ago. He originally thought that this demon was dead for sure. Who would have thought that he would hear this fella's voice again today? In the next moment, the extreme Devil Cave suddenly shook violently. An unimaginably powerful demonic light rushed out of the extreme Devil Cave and soared into the sky. Boom! Following a loud sound, the demonic light actually made a fist-sized hole in the Buddha seal that was sealing the sky above the extreme Devil Cave. Swish! Man Yu turned into a demonic light and directly rushed out of the hole in the Buddha's seal. "Ha! I'm out. This world belongs to me." Man Yu held the devil dragon, halberd, and laughed heartily. "Kill!" The moment Man Yu rushed out, a Buddhist light rushed over from afar and directly collided with him. "Kill!" The incomparably ferocious Man Yu directly swung the devil halberd towards the Buddhist light. Boom! The devil dragon, halberd in Man Yu's hand, fiercely smashed against the Buddhist light. Following a loud sound, he was directly blown away. He continuously coughed out blood. It was black, demonic blood. His hands that were holding the devil dragon, halberd, were drenched in blood, but he still tightly held onto the devil dragon halberd. Humph! Man Yu sneered and directly turned into a demonic light that soared into the sky, instantly disappearing into the void. His speed was extremely fast. "Where do you think you're going?" The angry Buddha Supreme roared and extended his right hand. The Vajra exorcism wand flew back into his hand. In the next moment, he turned into a Buddhist light and chased after Man Yu. The angry Buddha Supreme's speed was not slower than Man Yu's at all. At this moment, a faint and illusory demonic figure appeared outside of the Buddhist sect's formation. Gu Fei, your time of death has come. Chapter 5113. Under the moonlight, Gu Fei used an eagle claw to defeat an eagle claw, capturing the Eagle King in one move. Everyone was dumbfounded. How is this possible? City Lord. The godly kings that the red-browed Eagle King brought were all dumbfounded. How were they supposed to continue? Even the City Lord had been captured in one move. How were they supposed to continue? Furthermore, Gu Fei had killed countless members of the Sky Eagle army with one strike. The 2 most elite troops under the red-browed Eagle King had been crippled by Gu Fei just like that. This made the red-browed Eagle King's heart bleed. One had to know that the red-browed Eagle King had put in a lot of effort to build and train these 2 troops. Boom! At this moment, the red-browed Eagle King, whose throat was gripped by Gu Fei, suddenly exploded with a resplendent divine light. This, Gu Fei was shocked. In the next moment, he felt an extremely powerful yuan qi explode from the red-browed Eagle King's body, directly sending him flying several feet away. What's going on? Gu Fei stared at the red-browed Eagle King, who was surrounded by divine light, and couldn't help but frown. A formation plate rushed out from the red-browed Eagle King's body and floated in front of Gu Fei. Rays of divine light transformed into ancient runes that circled around the formation plate. This was something that Gu Fei was very familiar with. The power of a super array. Gu Fei stared at the hovering array disk and couldn't help but frown. An array disk was very useful. It could draw the power of a large array for one's own use. It was the master of the array. Little guy, go and die. The red-browed Eagle King was enraged to the extreme. His eyes were bloodshot as he desperately activated the array disk. An even more powerful and terrifying power exploded from his body. The red-browed Eagle King waved his hands. Rays of cold light instantly turned into extremely sharp sword qi that pierced towards Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. In the next moment, he rushed into the sky and dodged the piercing sword qi. Kill! Gu Fei let out a furious roar and punched towards the red-browed Eagle King. A violent fist force erupted from his fist, causing the void to tremble. Boundless flames erupted from his body, illuminating the entire world. Fire spiritual energy. The red-browed Eagle King was both shocked and furious. At this time, he was the ruler of the Super Great Formation, drawing over an incomparably powerful force. Rumble! Suddenly, the sky changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. A huge dragon shadow rushed out from the red-browed Eagle King's body, directly facing Gu Fei's fist energy. Boom! With a loud sound, the two powers instantly collided. The huge dragon image dissipated, and Gu Fei was actually pushed back by the superpower of the red-browed Eagle King. This was the first time since Gu Fei came to this world that he had been suppressed in terms of strength. Haha, little fellow, you're dead meat. The red-eyebrowed Eagle King laughed out loud as he attacked once again. The power of the super great array gathered towards him at a crazy rate. City Lord, you're amazing. This is the power of the super great array. The subordinates of the red-eyebrowed Eagle King were all shocked. They had thought that with Gu Fei's power, they would definitely be dead meat. Who would have thought that their city lord was so powerful that even Gu Fei was pushed back? Moreover, the red-eyebrowed Eagle King's power was still increasing. This super great array had been running for an unknown period of time, gathering the spiritual energy of the entire region. The power of this super great array was absolutely terrifying. Even the red-eyebrowed Eagle King could not withstand this power. The red-eyebrowed Eagle King did not dare to draw all the power of the super great array over, because he did not want to die. What's going on? At this time in the Black Fog City, the city lord was originally sitting cross-legged in a secret room with his eyes closed. But he suddenly opened his eyes. The spiritual energy of the entire world was changing. Who drew the power of the super great array? The city lord was extremely curious. Was it the red-eyebrowed Eagle King of the Heavenly Eagle City, or the Thousand Beast King of the Thousand Beast City? At this time, about 60 miles away from Gu Fei's camp, the Thousand Beast King was stunned by the endless flames in the sky. Then he sensed the changes in this part of the world. Who used the array plate? The Thousand Beast King was also extremely shocked. Big brother, this. The desolate tiger stood behind the Thousand Beast King. You stay here, I'll go take a look. The Thousand Beast King said and leaped into the sky, rushing towards the place where the flames were soaring. The desolate tiger was shocked. He wanted to stop his big brother, but the Thousand Beast King was already far away. At this time, in the sky above Gu Fei's camp, two figures were moving at high speed. Dull sounds of collision rang in the sky, shaking the earth. Gu Fei's body was covered in mighty divine fire, and he directly struck out with the fire element fist. Every time he struck out, a monstrous divine fire erupted from his fist, burning the void and distorting it. Even when facing the red-eyebrowed Eagle King who had drawn the power of the super great array, not only did he not show any fear, but his fighting spirit was even stronger. This guy is a lunatic. At this time, the red-eyebrowed Eagle King was extremely depressed. He had drawn the power of the super great array to keep blasting this guy away, but the other party kept coming back to kill him again and again. And this guy was getting more and more courageous as he fought. The red-eyebrowed Eagle King found that he could not really hurt this guy at all. This is big trouble. The red-eyebrowed Eagle King groaned inwardly. If this continued, it would definitely be disadvantageous to him. In fact, the red-eyebrowed Eagle King did not know that Gu Fei was constantly devouring the power of the super great array. The power was just too strong. Gu Fei knew that if he could completely devour this power, his cultivation would improve again. It's that old guy, red-eyebrowed. The Thousand Beast City Lord, the Thousand Beast King, came to take a look and was immediately shocked. At this time on the ground in the military camp, Gu Fei's army and the rest of the red-eyebrowed Eagle King's army were engaged in a fierce battle. Why aren't you two taking action? What are you waiting for? The red-eyebrowed Eagle King roared. He could not hold on any longer. Even though he was a divine king, he was unable to do so. It was not easy to draw the power of the super great array. That old guy, red-eyebrowed, the Thousand Beast King, had no choice but to take action. This Gu Fei was many times stronger than he had imagined. Roar! The Thousand Beast King roared, as if he had turned into a golden lion. He threw a punch at Gu Fei, his long hair dancing wildly. Humph! Gu Fei grabbed the Thousand Beast King's right fist with the back of his hand. In the next moment, Gu Fei swung the Thousand Beast King and threw him at the red-eyebrowed Eagle King. The red-eyebrowed Eagle King was dumbfounded. At the same time, a cold light suddenly appeared and struck at Gu Fei's head at lightning speed. What? Chapter 5160. The guy who made the bet with him was actually Gu Fei. Long Xiaozhou was so shocked that he almost fell from the sky. Was this guy pretending to be weak? How preposterous! Long Xiaozhou was infuriated. In the next moment, the sky thunder formation immediately changed. Countless dazzling lightning flashed in the thunderclouds, like silver snakes swimming in the thunderclouds. An extremely terrifying aura of destruction burst out from the thunderclouds. Even the West Sea Dragon Clan army that had retreated more than 10 li away was terrified. The souls of all living beings trembled in fear. The people inside West Gorge City were in an even worse state. All of them hid and trembled in fear. Boom! A huge bolt of lightning struck the layer of divine light above West Gorge City. Countless formation runes appeared on the divine light and devoured most of the lightning energy. What? Long Xiaozhou finally realized that something was wrong. His opponent's formation could devour the energy of his sky lightning formation. Bolt after bolt of terrifying lightning struck the divine light that protected West Gorge City, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the divine light. However, Gu Fei's formation was unbreakable. Even if Long Xiaozhou was exhausted to the point of vomiting blood, he still wouldn't be able to break through the formation. However, Long Xiaozhou didn't realize this. He continued to activate the sky lightning formation. The earth-shattering thunder was deafening. The formation-breaking arrows hidden in the sky lightning formation were finally going to unleash their power. Each arrow was releasing its strongest energy. As the formation-breaking arrows exploded in the sky above West Gorge City, Gu Fei's great array was finally shaken, slightly shaking. Explode! Long Xiaozhou roared. He made up his mind and detonated the entire sky lightning formation. An unprecedented amount of destructive energy exploded, causing the void to crack. The earth-shattering scene stunned everyone. Even the Black Dragon King, a half-step Emperor Realm cultivator, was flabbergasted. He didn't know that a formation could be this powerful. Long Xiaozhou's cultivation base was only at the divine king realm. However, the might of the heavenly lightning formation could easily eliminate a half-step martial monarch. "Oh my God, is this the power of a formation?" Prime Minister Turtle murmured. The array Tao of the Void Realm had never been valued. Who would have thought that the power of this array would be so astonishing? After today, the Tao of arrays will definitely be valued by the world. At this time, in the sky above West Gorge City, a huge ball of lightning exploded. The mountain ridges around West Gorge City shook, and huge cracks appeared on the mountain. Countless rocks tumbled down from the mountains. The mountains near Western Gorge City were in chaos. The big shots who were watching the battle had no choice but to retreat into the distance. The exploding lightning turned into countless lightning bolts that shot out in all directions. Some unlucky fellows were directly struck by the lightning bolts, their bodies emitting black smoke as they fell from the sky. Even if those unlucky fellows were not struck to death by the lightning, they would still be half dead from the fall. The heaven-battering, heavenly king was an unlucky guy. He was directly hit by a bolt of lightning and instantly turned into a broom. His face was pitch black and his straight hair was still smoking. This, beside the heaven-battering king, Wu Ying, the north vanquishing king, and the 10,000 elephant king were scared out of their wits. With a whoosh, they disappeared without a trace. They didn't want to be struck by lightning like the heaven-battering king. "You guys!" Seeing that these fellows had no sense of loyalty, the heaven-battering king was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His injuries weren't light. Seeing the lightning bolts flying around him, he couldn't care less and fled as well. A bolt of lightning flashed across the void and directly struck a mountain ridge a dozen miles away. The next moment, with a loud boom, the entire mountain ridge exploded. Dust rose into the sky, and rocks flew everywhere. As the huge thunderball exploded, many lightning bolts directly struck the West Sea Dragon tribe's array formation a dozen miles away. The speed of the lightning bolts was extremely fast. The army of the West Sea Dragon tribe had no time to dodge. "Roar!" The Black Dragon King roared angrily and rushed forward. With a punch, he dispersed a bolt of lightning. Then he took out the Black Dragon shield and blocked the rest of the lightning bolts. However, the power of the lightning was so strong that the Black Dragon King's entire right arm was numb. What a powerful lightning bolt! The Black Dragon King was extremely shocked. At this moment, West Gorge City, which bore the brunt of the attack, was as still as a mountain. A ball of divine light enveloped West Gorge City. The sky thunder array exploded, and an unprecedented power of lightning erupted. However, the ball of divine light that enveloped West Gorge City only shook a few times. On top of a city wall, Xiao Ye and the Red-Browed Eagle King were also dumbfounded by the scene in the sky. They couldn't speak for a long time. Only Gu Fei was sitting on a chair, eating immortal fruits and drinking immortal wine, feeling extremely satisfied. He didn't even spare a glance at the terrifying scene in the sky that was about to destroy the world. Outside the array formation, Long Xiaozhou's face flushed when he saw this scene. In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Rumble! Heaven and earth shook, and the destructive power began to weaken. The endless lightning bolts dissipated in the void. The sky thunder array was finished. After a full hour, the thunderclouds in the sky dissipated completely, and the world returned to peace. At this moment, Long Xiaozhou was in an extremely sorry state. He was also very weak. "I'll come again tomorrow," Long Xiaozhou said as he turned around and left. "Okay, I will wait for you." Gu Fei smiled. This guy, Long Xiaozhou, was both shocked and angry. The opponent's array, cultivation, shocked her. He gave her a feeling that he was unfathomable. She had only felt this feeling from her master before. How is this possible? Long Xiaozhou simply didn't believe that this guy named Gu Fei's array cultivation could compare to her master. One should know that her master was known as the #1 array cultivator in the Void Realm. How could the master of the little princess of the West Sea Dragon race be an ordinary person? Master, are we going to let this little girl go just like that? Xiaoya asked in confusion. Right now, Long Xiaozhou was at her weakest. If he didn't take her down now, when would he take her down? There's no fun in taking her down. Gu Fei smiled. It wasn't easy for him to meet an interesting person. Naturally, he wanted to have some fun. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring? Xiaoya and the red-browed Eagle King were speechless when they heard this. The West Sea Dragon Race army came in high spirits, but returned in disappointment. This greatly affected the morale of the West Sea Dragon Race army. After continuous losses, the West Sea Dragon Race army was filled with a pessimistic mood. While Gu Fei was blocking the West Sea Dragon Race army, the sorcerer race was also mobilizing their troops. The situation seemed to be developing in a good direction. However, a piece of news spread and shook the entire South China. Chapter 52:11. Gu Fei learned from the Sky Star sect's disciple, Feng Qin, that this was the Middle Sky domain, and the Sky Star sect was just a small sect in the Meteorite mountain range. Legend had it that the Meteorite mountain range was formed by a meteorite that fell here. There were meteorites here, so the various sects in Middle Sky used to mine here. Meteorite iron mines could be seen everywhere here. However, 1,000 years ago, the meteorite iron mines here were all dug out, so the various sects in Middle Sky naturally withdrew. After the major forces retreated, all the meteorite iron mines were abandoned. Then the meteorite mountain range was occupied by countless small sections. The abandoned mines that the various sects in Middle Sky looked down upon were delicious cakes in the eyes of these small sections. The Sky Star sect was also one of the countless small sects in the meteorite mountain range. Moreover, the Sky Star sect controlled a total of 3 mines, and they were all considered good mines among the abandoned mines. Gu Fei had just arrived at the Sky Star sect and was about to eat and drink with Feng Qin and the others, but at this moment a battle cry came from outside the mountain gate of the Sky Star sect. He saw black figures rushing into the mountain gate of the Sky Star sect, and these black figures killed their way into the Sky Star sect. Obviously, these people took advantage of the dark night to attack the Sky Star sect. The Sky Star sect was caught unprepared, and they retreated in defeat. Soon, the group of black figures had already killed their way to the waist of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, many Sky Star sect members appeared. Under the leadership of the Sky Star sect's leader, the Sky Star sect members killed their way down the mountain. Wang Tianqing, come out and die. A loud shout reverberated through the mountains. A black shadow suddenly soared into the sky and rushed toward the heavenly starry sect's sect master, who was rushing down from the mountain. Su Zhen, it's you? The Sky Star sect's leader, Wang Tianqing, was shocked and angry when she saw that person. The person who came was Su Zhen from the Sky Shaking sect. This guy actually dared to bring people to sneak attack me. Kill! Su Zhen directly punched towards Wang Tianqing below. All of you, get out of the way! Wang Tianqing roared. In the next moment, she also punched upwards, and the powerful fist force went against the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the 2 fist forces collided, and the entire mountain seemed to shake. The people around Wang Tianqing, who could not dodge in time, were directly sent flying by the explosion of power. Divine Realm, Gu Fei was speechless when he saw this scene. Since when could a god-state cultivator establish a sect? These bastards from the heaven-shaking sect, Feng Qin and the others, were shocked and angry at the same time. They grabbed their weapons and rushed down the mountain. Gu Fei still didn't move. He had just opened a jar of good wine. Feng Qin and the other 2 guys had gone to fight with the people from the Shaking Heaven sect. There was good wine and good meat here. If he didn't eat it, it would be too much of a waste. Gu Fei sat beside the bonfire, then took out a small knife, cut a piece of roasted beast meat, and threw it into his mouth. Not bad, not bad. Gu Fei took a bite. The roasted meat was very tender, and juice flowed from the corner of his mouth. After eating a few mouthfuls of meat, Gu Fei grabbed the jar of wine and drank a big mouthful. At this time, the people from the Sky Star sect and the Heaven-Shaking sect had already started fighting. Suddenly, there was a flash of sword light, and blood splattered everywhere. People kept falling. The smell of blood permeated the air. "Hey, senior brother, there's a fool here." At this time, 3 black figures suddenly rushed out of the forest. The leader of the 3 black figures was a young man in black with a long sword in his hand. Everyone else is fighting with their lives, but he is here drinking wine and eating meat. The other cultivator looked around vigilantly. "Kill!" The leader of the group slashed his sword at Gu Fei, who was sitting beside the bonfire. When the sword light was about to fall on Gu Fei's head, Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and used his index and middle fingers to catch the sword light. When the black-clothed young man saw this, he was really shocked. This guy actually used 2 fingers to clamp his sword? One had to know that the speed of a slash was not slow. To be able to catch a fast-moving sword was not an easy task. The 2 cultivators beside the young man in black were also shocked by the scene. The black-clothed youth wanted to pull back his sword, but it was as if his sword was a part of Gu Fei's hand. Even if he used all his strength, the sword still wouldn't budge. "Who are you?" The young man in black was sweating profusely, and his voice was trembling. Gu Fei did not care about this guy. He grabbed the jar of wine beside him and took another big mouthful. "You are not from the Sky Star sect, right? Could it be that you are an expert invited by the Sky Star sect?" The young man in black grabbed the sword hilt with his right hand, but his left hand could not help but wipe the cold sweat. "The Sky Star sect is not qualified to invite me," Gu Fei said indifferently. When the young man in black heard this, his expression changed. This time he was afraid that he had really kicked an iron plate. "Since you are not from the Sky Star sect, then it is just a misunderstanding between us. We will leave now," the young man in black said as he let go of the sword in his hand. He did not even want the sword and was about to turn around and leave. His 2 junior brothers wished that they could just run away. "Get lost," Gu Fei said as he waved his right hand. The sword that he had caught was directly inserted into the ground in front of the young man in black. The entire sword was inserted into the ground. The young man in black did not dare to stay there any longer. He immediately rushed into the forest and escaped down the mountain. "How dare the 3 of you run away? Damn it!" A loud shout was heard. In the next moment, a cold light flashed in the forest, and a few screams were heard. The 3 disciples from the Heaven-Shaking sect were immediately given a box of food. "Young man, can you buy me a drink?" A tall and fierce-looking, middle-aged man with 2 axes in his hands walked out of the forest. "Godly state." Gu Fei immediately sensed this guy's cultivation. This guy was also a godly state expert. The Heaven-Shaking sect had produced 2 godly state experts. This might be the reason why the Heaven-Shaking sect was so confident. "You are not qualified to drink with me," Gu Fei said indifferently. He reached out and cut a piece of roasted meat from the grill and threw it into his mouth. "What did you say?" When the middle-aged man heard this, 2 rays of cold light shot out from his eyes. "I, the deputy leader of the Heaven-Shaking sect, Suba, am not qualified to drink with you?" The middle-aged man roared angrily. He was a hot-tempered person. "You are not qualified. Get lost," Gu Fei said coldly. "How dare you ask me to get lost? You are courting death." Suba roared angrily and swung his axe at Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand again and directly grabbed the giant axe that was chopping down. Suba's shock was not to be underestimated. In the next moment, Gu Fei exerted force with his right hand and crushed Suba's axe. How is this possible? Chapter 52:17. The Star Sect was the strongest sect in the Falling Star mountain range. It was an overlord. In the past 100 years, no one had ever dared to cause trouble outside the Star Sect. There were many godly state powerhouses, in the Star Sect. Sect Master Chijinshan was a half-step divine king, the strongest expert in the falling star mountain range. His daughter, Chi Fei'er, was also a god realm expert. Moreover, Chijinshan had accepted 5 disciples. The eldest disciple, Mo Feng, was also at the divine realm, and the 3rd disciple, Gao Rong, was at the half-step divine realm. Among Chijinshan's 5 disciples, Wind Void was the closest to Gao Rong. When Gao Rong saw that Gu Fei dared to play around with his eldest senior brother, he immediately made his move. With a wave of the whip in his hand, the whip immediately coiled around Gu Fei's neck like a poisonous snake. "Be careful!" Chi Fei'er immediately dodged to the side. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand, and the long whip wrapped around his arm. Swoosh! Suddenly, countless sharp crescent-shaped blades emerged from the yen whip. Break! Gao Rong exerted force with his right hand, wanting to tear off Gu Fei's right arm. However, he only felt his hand sink. The incomparably sharp blade on the whip had only cut the sleeve of this guy's arm. It could not hurt this guy at all. How is this possible? When Gao Rong saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked. At this time, Gu Fei turned his hand and grabbed the whip that was wrapped around his arm. Then he pulled it out forcefully. Gao Rong felt a jolt in his hand, and the whip in his hand was pulled away by the other party. His palm felt hot. This, when the eldest disciple of Star Sect saw that, a gleam flashed through his eyes. "You actually managed to cultivate the invincible Vajra body." Chi Fei'er exclaimed in shock. "Invincible Vajra?" When Wind Void heard this, she couldn't help but be slightly moved. Could it be that this fellow is also a deity realm expert? It seemed that he had underestimated this fellow. This whip is not bad. No wonder it can wrap around people's necks. Gu Fei fiddled with the whip. This thing was somewhat interesting. As long as he infused his essence into the whip, a crescent-shaped blade would appear on the whip's body. When he retracted his quintessential essence, the blade would shrink back. "I don't think anyone who's been wrapped around by your whip will be able to live." Gu Fei looked coldly at the guy in front of him. "You!" Hearing this, Gao Rong was both shocked and furious. Swoosh! Gu Fei suddenly made his move. The whip was like a black bolt of lightning, instantly wrapping around Gao Rong's neck. What? Gao Rong's shock was no small matter. "Say, do you think you can keep your head if I pull hard now?" Gu Fei laughed as he tightened his grip on the whip. Gu Fei's actions scared Gao Rong out of his wits. "Spare me, great hero, spare me!" Gao Rong immediately knelt down. No one knew the power of the whip better than him. If he was wrapped around by the whip, even if he had 10 heads, he would still be dead. Can't you have some backbone? When Wind Void saw how cowardly Gao Rong was, she also felt ashamed. "Eldest senior brother, you really don't feel any pain. Is your backbone more important than your life?" Gao Rong only wanted to live because his life was in the hands of the other party. If the other party pulled hard, his head would be removed. He didn't want to die. Let him go. Wind Void stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, "Humph, do you think I'll let him go just because you say so?" Gu Fei sneered, "If you don't want to die, do as I say." Wind Void's voice became even colder. "What if I want to die? Do you have the ability to kill me?" Gu Fei said disapprovingly, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As Wind Void spoke, she took out a weapon. It was a rare weapon. It was a palm-sized silver ring. "Be careful. This guy's flying ring is very powerful." The purple-clothed girl reminded Gu Fei, "TSK, a man playing with a girl's things. Don't you feel ashamed?" Gu Fei said in disdain, "What did you say?" Wind Void was furious and was about to attack. "Do you really not care about your junior brother's life?" Gu Fei sneered, "Eldest senior brother, don't be rash." Gao Rong felt the whip around his neck tighten, and he almost peed his pants. "How about this? If you want to save your junior brother, kneel and kowtow to me, and I let him go. How about that?" Gu Fei said calmly, "What did you say? You want me to kneel and kowtow to you?" Wind Void grinned. He was the eldest senior brother of the Star Sect, and he had only kowtowed to his master in his life. "I say, hero, can you change the condition?" Gao Rong said to Gu Fei carefully with a bitter smile. He did not think that Wind Void would kneel to Gu Fei to save him, because he knew very well that his eldest senior brother was such a proud person. How could he be threatened to kneel and kowtow? Even the purple-clothed girl, Chi Fei, looked at Wind Void curiously. She also wanted to know if Wind Void would kneel and kowtow to this guy for the sake of his fellow disciple. At this moment, many figures appeared nearby, and some people were watching from afar. "Junior brother, I'm sorry." Wind Void only fell silent for a while before he made his decision. "Don't, senior brother." Gao Rong was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. "Sigh, I didn't expect your eldest senior brother to treat you like this. He doesn't care about your life at all." Gu Fei shook his head and sighed. Gao Rong's face was ashen. "Wind Void, how can you do this?" Chi Fei could not help but shout at Wind Void. "This guy really doesn't care about his fellow disciple's life. What right does he have to be the eldest senior brother of the Star Sect?" "Junior brother, if you die, I will avenge you," Wind Void said coldly. "Wind Void, I treated you like an elder brother, and this is how you treat me." At that moment, Gao Rong hated Mo Fong to the core. He was about to die, but he couldn't care less. He started cursing at Mo Fong. "Brat die." After saying that, Mo Fong swung her right hand, and the flying hoop in her hand transformed into a beam of silver light that shot towards Gu Fei at extreme speed. "Ha!" Gu Fei stretched out his left hand and flicked his finger, sending the flying hoop flying. Bam! The silver flying hoop hit a tree next to Mo Fong. The tree, which was so thick that it would take several people to wrap their arms around it, was broken. The huge tree fell from the sky, and the forest was thrown into chaos. What? The fact that Gu Fei had sent Wind Void's hoop flying, shocked Wind Void. At that moment, Wind Void realized that she had severely underestimated this guy. Gu Fei did not kill Gao Rong. He shook his whip and flung Gao Rong away. Then, a black shadow wrapped around Wind Void like a venomous snake. Wind Void dodged immediately and retrieved the flying hoop that Gu Fei had sent flying. Buzz! The flying hoop vibrated and split into countless beams of silver light that protected Wind Void. The agile whip in Gu Fei's hand was blocked by the silver light formed by the flying hoop. Interesting. Chapter 52:27. In order to take revenge on Gu Fei, Man Yu didn't hesitate to enter the extreme demon cave. He paid the price of becoming a demon to increase his cultivation. One had to say that becoming a demon was definitely a shortcut to increase one's cultivation. Moreover, it was a shortcut to quickly increase one's cultivation. However, there were serious repercussions. What repercussions? That was becoming a demon. One would lose their humanity and become cold-blooded and bloodthirsty. The most serious case was that one's demonic nature would erupt and all their memories would disappear. This was the price of becoming a demon. In the end, those who became a demon would become a walking corpse that only knew how to kill. At this moment, Man Yu successfully escaped from the Buddha formation with the help of the mysterious demon. However, even though his cultivation and battle prowess had increased, he still wasn't a match for the Fury Buddha Supreme. Man Yu could only run for his life. You want to kill him? Have you asked me? A demonic shadow suddenly appeared in front of the Fury Buddha and blocked the Fury Buddha, who was chasing after Man Yu. Night Demon, you are courting death. I'll fulfill your wish. The Fury Buddha's eyes widened in anger as he smashed the Vajra exorcism staff in his hand towards the demonic shadow. Countless Buddhist runes appeared on the exorcism staff as a powerful Buddhist force erupted from it. The demonic shadow instantly disappeared into the void. When it reappeared, it was already above the Fury Buddha Supreme's head. I'll trample you to death, you big baldy. The demon called Night Demon laughed sinisterly and stepped on the Fury Buddha's big baldy. The devil chi was vast and mighty. A huge foot that was condensed from devil chi directly stepped on the Fury Buddha Supreme. Ripples of space appeared in the void and spread outwards. The Fury Buddha was furious and smashed the Vajra demon-subduing wand upwards. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge foot condensed from demonic chi was smashed into pieces by the Fury Buddha's Vajra exorcism staff. All the erupting devil chi was dispersed by the auspicious Buddhist light emitted from the exorcism wand. This was a battle between Buddha and demon. Over the countless years, there were very few battles between Buddhists and devils. This was because Buddha Ancestor was guarding Extreme Devil Cave. No one could easily enter Extreme Devil Cave and become a devil. Man Yu was truly amazing. He was the only one to enter Extreme Devil Cave in the past 3,000 years. He was also the only one to successfully become a devil. At this time, a terrifying demonic roar came from the depths of Extreme Devil Cave. It was as though countless devils were about to rush out of the cave. Heaven, earth, and man were incomparably nervous. They were repairing the Buddha formation. Just now, in order to help Manu escape from Extreme Devil Cave, Night Devil didn't hesitate to consume his vital chi to break a hole in the Buddha formation. This was something that had the Buddhist lords of the Buddha race feeling extremely nervous. The two silhouettes moved quickly in the void, and the dull sounds of collision rang out continuously. It was extremely shocking. At this moment, Man Yu had already vanished without a trace. Let's kill him while he's down. When Long Xiaozhou saw this from afar, she ordered the Black Dragon King. She had personally seen Man Yu being injured by the Fury Buddha. The experts of Dragon Clan immediately chased after Man Yu. Long Xiaozhou's Tao protector, that mysterious and unfathomable black shark, had already disappeared. The little princess of the Dragon Clan also personally chased after Man Yu. She had the Emperor Execution Blade in her hand, so she wasn't afraid of Man Yu, who had become a devil. As for the Buddhist lords of the Buddha clan, they didn't have time to care about Man Yu. Because of the eruption of the devil chi in Extreme Devil Cave, the people of the Buddha clan had to use all their strength to activate the Buddha formation to suppress Extreme Devil Cave. Otherwise, if the devil chi in Extreme Devil Cave was allowed to erupt, not only would the Buddha clan be finished, the entire central sky would also be affected. Countless living beings would suffer. Naturally, the Buddha clan wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. At this moment, the entire Extreme Devil Cave was enveloped by Buddha light. Countless Buddha runes interweaved in the void. The 9 Buddhist lords of the Buddha clan were chanting Buddhist scriptures, releasing supreme Buddhist sounds. The devil chi that erupted from the Extreme Devil Cave was blocked. Within the devil chi that was darker than ink, terrifying devil sounds could be heard. One could vaguely see strange devil shadows appearing within the devil chi. The Fury Buddha and Night Demon fought endlessly. Night Demon had been hiding in Extreme Devil Cave, but he didn't have a devil body. In other words, he was only in the state of a devil soul. This way, he wouldn't be a match for the Fury Buddha. Actually, Night Demon didn't really want to fight to the death with the Fury Buddha. He hadn't lived long enough. Even if he was only left with a devil soul, he didn't want to die. You dare to provoke me like this? You are courting death. The Fury Buddha kept his Vajra devil subduing wand. In the next moment, he formed a devil subduing seal with both hands. Countless Buddha seals smashed towards Night Demon. Night Demon cried out in pain. The devil chi on his body was dissipated by the Buddha seals. His devil soul received a huge impact, like it could dissipate at any moment. I am undying, you can't kill me. Night Demon roared savagely. You abandoned your devil body and actually merged with the taboo of Extreme Devil Cave? The Fury Buddha came to his senses when he heard this. Thanks to you in the past, I will definitely find you to take revenge. As soon as Night Demon finished his sentence, he was dispersed by the Fury Buddha Supreme's Buddha seal, disappearing into the void completely without a trace. However, the Fury Buddha Supreme couldn't feel happy at all because this guy was really in an immortal state. This was just a devil soul of his. As long as the taboo item wasn't destroyed, this demon wouldn't die. Fury Buddha, hurry up and enlighten that escaped little devil, the Fury Buddha ordered. Okay. The Fury Buddha turned around and turned into a golden Buddha light, instantly disappearing into the horizon. His speed was extremely fast. Over the past 3,000 years, no demons had appeared in Extreme Devil Cave. Who would have thought that even the Buddha race would be conned by Manu today? This was a resounding slap to the Buddha race. Subduing demons was the responsibility of the Buddha race. The Fury Buddha really wanted to send Manu to the 18 levels of hell and never reincarnate. Everyone was curious as to how Manu managed to enter the Extreme Devil Cave. This was definitely a mystery. Although Manu escaped from Extreme Devil Cave, he wasn't able to avoid the battle gate at the outermost area. Manu die. A furious roar rang out from a mountain in the distance. In the next moment, 3 cold lights shot towards Manu like shooting stars. Humph! Manu laughed coldly. In the next moment, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the 3 cold lights. They were 3 god arrows and they were covered in runes. Manu circulated his demonic technique and actually directly devoured the power contained in the 3 divine arrows in his hand. What? The expert who shot the 3 divine arrows was startled. Man, you didn't have time to care about that person and fled. Chapter 5228. Manu detonated the Extreme Devil Cave, causing the heavens and earth to shake. Devil energy and Buddhist light filled the air. Such a commotion alerted countless experts in Middle Sky, even in Meteorite Mountain Range, where the heaven and earth spirit energy was extremely thin. Gu Fei could still sense it. Devil energy? Is it Extreme Devil Cave? Gu Fei had been in the Void Realm for a long time. He already knew the ins and outs of the Void Realm. Among the 5 great regions, there were 2 forbidden areas in Middle Sky that he couldn't go to. One was the Void Beginning, and the other was Extreme Devil Cave. Naturally, something had happened to the Extreme Devil Cave. However, Gu Fei didn't know that the Extreme Devil Cave's mishap was largely caused by him. Because Manu wanted to find Gu Fei for revenge. If he wanted to increase his cultivation in a short time, there was only one way. That was to enter Extreme Devil Cave and become a devil. If Manu succeeded in becoming a devil, his cultivation would naturally increase greatly. The risk of becoming a devil was great. Only 1 or 2 out of 10 could succeed. Manu was undoubtedly lucky. He succeeded and his cultivation increased by a lot. However, he still wasn't a match for the Fury Buddha. Actually, the Fury Buddha was an experienced Emperor Realm expert. Even if Manu became a devil, he still wouldn't be a match for the Fury Buddha because he only became a devil for a short period of time. In time, he would refine the devil energy in his body, and his martial body would turn into a devil body. At that time, his battle prowess would increase to the limit. At that time, Manu would become a true devil. I'll collect the supreme spirit treasure first. Gu Fei was still sitting in the air. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the divine sense incarnation deep in the earth vein. At this time, Gu Fei's divine sense incarnation was moving quickly in the earth vein. He was chasing after a ball of divine light. No one would have thought that the supreme spirit treasure in Meteorite Mountain Range was a piece of 9th heaven, profound gold. Moreover, it had nurtured its own consciousness. It became a psychic 9th heaven, profound gold. The psychic 9 heaven, profound gold, transformed into a palm-sized purple gold pony. The pony's 4 hooves moved as it galloped very quickly. "Ha! Where can you run to now that you've met me?" Gu Fei's divine sense incarnation chased after Little Horse like a streak of light. The pony formed by the psychic 9 heavens Xian Gold was being chased around by Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation. Otherwise, Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation would have caught the pony long ago. Most importantly, the spiritual 9 heavens mysterious gold pony was extremely familiar with the environment of the Earth vein. With a flash, the pony dived into a black hole at the side. This black hole was too small, and it was impossible for a person to enter it. However, Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation was not a real person. Swoosh! Gu Fei's divine will incarnation transformed into a beam of divine light and directly rushed into the black hole. You're still chasing after me? The pony, formed by the psychic nine heavens, Xian Gold Pony, was on the verge of collapsing. Very quickly, the pony rushed into a huge cave. Spiritual qi gathered here, and there were spirit crystals formed by the condensation of spirit qi everywhere. In the middle of this cave, there was actually a figure sitting in a lotus position. What? Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation was shocked when it saw that figure. It did not expect that someone would appear in this vein. A stone man? When Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation saw the figure clearly, it was shocked again. This figure was not a real person, but a stone man. Moreover, this stone man was different. It was formed naturally. Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation really did not expect to see such an existence in this place. However, although this stone man had already taken form, it had not developed spiritual intelligence. It only knew how to instinctively swallow the surrounding spirit qi. However, with the density of the spiritual qi in the vein, it was impossible for the golem to develop intelligence. Even if the golem devoured all the spiritual qi in the vein, it would still be difficult for it to develop intelligence. At this moment, the pony formed by the psychic nine heavens, Xian Gold, charged directly towards the stone man and instantly entered its body. Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation was stunned when it saw this scene. In the next moment, the empty eye sockets of the stone man that was sitting in a lotus position on the ground emitted a bright spiritual light. Then the stone man began to move. An extremely powerful wave of yuan qi erupted from the stone man's body. The entire cave was shaken by the impact of the yuan qi. Oh, you still want to resist? Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation laughed. It seemed that this psychic nine heavens, Xian Gold Pony, had a high intelligence. In that case, he would play with this little fellow. Whoosh! The stone man stood up from the ground and threw a punch at Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation. Humph! Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation also threw a punch. Bam! The two fists collided instantly. In the next moment, Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation was sent flying. The stone man was incomparably powerful. After being possessed by the pony, it displayed its godly prowess. Whoosh! The stone man chased after it and threw another punch at Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation. Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation flashed and dodged the stone man's punch. Boom! When the golem's fist landed on the stone wall, stone chips flew everywhere and a huge pit was formed in the stone wall. Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation fought with the stone man. Because the stone man was incomparably powerful, he was just a spiritual will incarnation. If Gu Fei's real body was here, he would be able to blast the stone man into pieces with a single move. Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation was far inferior to his real body. The stone man that was possessed by the pony was incomparably ferocious. Every punch it threw would produce an earth-shattering sound. The stone man's combat strength was already comparable to an ordinary god king. However, the stone man's attacks were very primitive and could not touch Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation at all. Moreover, Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation did not have a body of flesh and blood. It could be separated and combined at will. An existence like the spiritual will incarnation required special methods to severely injure it. This stone man wanted to rely on its pair of fists to severely injure Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation. Wasn't this a joke? The nine heaven mysterious metal did not know how to fight. This made Gu Fei's spiritual sense embodiment, who had originally wanted to play with it, lose interest. All right, I'm done playing. Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation sighed. Then it instantly turned into a phantom and charged at the stone man. The stone man's punch punched at Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation. His fist passed through Gu Fei's spiritual will incarnation as though it was hitting air. Chapter 52:29. Gu Fei's divine will avatar chased after the pony formed by the psychic 9 heaven metal in the earth veins deep underground. When he chased it to a cave, there was actually a stone golem in the cave. It was a natural stone golem. He originally wanted to play with the psychic 9 heaven metal, but who would have thought that it only knew some extremely shallow attack techniques? This way, Gu Fei was very bored. He lost interest and directly crashed into the natural stone golem that was possessed by the pony. The divine will avatar was an existence that was intangible to begin with. It could gather and disperse. Gu Fei's divine will avatar directly crashed into the natural stone golem's body, knocking the pony that was attached to the natural stone golem's body out. The pony formed by the psychic 9 heaven metal was extremely terrified and was about to escape. At that moment, a ball of divine light wrapped around the pony. The pony's 4 hooves flew, but it could not escape. At the same time, Gu Fei's divine will avatar directly entered the natural stone golem's body. In the next moment, the stone golem transformed into Gu Fei's appearance. This body is not bad. Gu Fei's divine will avatar inspected the body and nodded in satisfaction. Little fellow, why aren't you running anymore? Gu Fei's divine will avatar walked proudly to the pony that was enveloped by the divine light. He carefully sized up the pony in front of him and saw that it was extremely lifelike. It was like a real purple gold divine horse, but it was too small. It was only the size of a palm. At that moment, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged at the peak of Star Mountain, was already impatient. With a thought, a figure broke through the ground and rushed out. That figure directly rushed to the peak of Star Mountain and appeared at the top of the mountain. 2? How can there be 2 people who look exactly alike? The star-devouring beast that had been paying attention to Gu Fei was stunned when it sensed that scene. The Star Sect master, Qijinshan, was also dumbfounded. One young man in black had already given him a headache. Now that 2 had appeared, what could he do? It seemed like it would be difficult for the Star Sect to make a comeback in the future. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, extended his right hand. In the next moment, a ball of divine light flew out from Gu Fei's clone's hand. Within the divine light, a purplish gold pony dashed left and right, trying to escape. You still want to escape at a time like this? Gu Fei waved his right hand and put away the natural stone clone. It would be quite a pity for such a divine item to be refined into a Dao tool. Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at Little Horse. Looks like I'll have to look for divine objects again. Gu Fei shook his head. In the next moment, he stood up in the void, opened his mouth, and inhaled. In an instant, he sucked in all the spiritual energy of the Star Mountain. Just as Gu Fei was about to leave, the entire world suddenly shook. Countless runes appeared in the void. This is Gu Fei looked around. The entire mountain guarding formation was actually activated, and a torrential, murderous aura appeared in the world. Little fellow, it's good enough that you took away the divine item, but you actually snatched my natural stone clone? An old voice came down from the sky. As expected, Gu Fei smiled and stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm and collected. In the next moment, a figure flashed on the top of the mountain, and a figure appeared in front of Gu Fei. This person was a white-robed, white-haired, white-browed old man. An extremely powerful aura erupted from the old man's body. It had to be said that the old man had the demeanor of an otherworldly expert. However, the old man's high and mighty attitude, which was like a god looking down at an ant on the ground, made Gu Fei very unhappy. Who are you? Gu Fei looked at the old man indifferently. This overlord? Ha! Even if I told you, you wouldn't know that when this overlord was roaming the world, your ancestors were still playing in the mud somewhere. The old man laughed out loud. What a big tone. Gu Fei laughed in disdain. Humph, little fellow. Hand over the divine item and the natural stone clone, and this overlord will spare your life. Otherwise, the old man said as he stared at Gu Fei fiercely. "Aya, how dare you threaten me?" Gu Fei was elated. Ever since he made his debut, all those who threatened him had been killed by him. To think that this guy would dare to threaten him. Who gave him the courage to do so? "Little fellow, you really don't know your place. Hurry up and hand over the item." The old man was getting impatient. "Come and snatch it if you can." Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and smiled indifferently. "Don't say that this overlord didn't give you a chance. Since you're courting death, don't blame me." As the old man spoke, he stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed at Gu Fei. On the 5 fingers of the old man's right hand, earth energy gushed out and a powerful wave of origin chi erupted from his hand. Gu Fei only felt his body tighten. There was a powerful suction force coming from the other party's hand, trying to pull him over. However, Gu Fei's feet seemed to have grown roots in the ground, not moving at all. "What?" The old man's right hand instantly grabbed the front of Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei smiled and stretched out his right hand as well. In the next moment, he grabbed the old man's right hand. Then the old man was unlucky. The sound of bones shattering rang out. The old man was in so much pain that his vision turned black and he broke out in cold sweat. "Who the hell are you?" The old man, who was high and mighty, instantly cowered. "What do you think?" Gu Fei smiled. Spare my life." The old man had no choice but to beg for mercy. The extremely arrogant expert had turned into a coward. "Tell me about your background." Gu Fei said indifferently. I am." The old man had no choice but to reveal his background. It turned out that this guy was really a hidden expert. Moreover, this guy was also an array emperor. This guy was even the senior of Towering Heaven Palace's ancestor Tianhong and Myriad Transformations ancestor. These 2 ancestor were both experts in array Dao. However, these 2 ancestor were juniors in front of this old man. This old man's cultivation was extremely powerful. He was the legendary array emperor who had disappeared for 3,000 years, Huang Fuzun. It turned out that when this guy passed by the meteorite mountains 3,000 years ago, he found a natural stone golem in the mountains below the meteorite mountains. Therefore, he set up a super large array in the area where the meteorite mountains were located. This large array could gather the surrounding origin chi to nourish the natural stone golem. However, 3,000 years had passed, and the natural stone golem still did not develop intelligence. What made Huang Fuzun mad was that the peerless spiritual item that he had guarded for 3,000 years had been taken away by someone else. How could this be? Therefore, he directly went to the meteorite mountains to settle the score with Gu Fei. Chapter 5230. Gu Fei's cultivation had recovered to the Eternal Realm. In the Void Realm, the Eternal Realm had another name, the Transcendent Emperor Realm. The Transcendent Emperor Realm was above the Emperor Realm. This was absolute. However, for countless years, the strongest existence in the Void Realm was the Emperor Realm. The Transcendent Emperor Realm was only a legendary existence. However, some people believed that the mysterious Palace Master of Ling Tian Palace was a supreme existence in the Transcendent Emperor Realm. However, the Ling Tian Palace Master was mysterious and unfathomable. No one had ever seen her in action until Gu Fei appeared. Only then did the mysterious Ling Tian Palace Master appear in front of everyone. As for Gu Fei, when he fought with the Palace Master of Ling Tian Palace, he was not a Transcendent Emperor Realm expert. Huang Fuzun was the Array Emperor, the Emperor of Array Dao. In the Void Realm, Huang Fuzun was the strongest in Array Dao. However, Huang Fuzun had not appeared in the world for 3,000 years. The world only recognized ancestor Tianhong of Ling Tian Palace as the strongest expert in Array Dao. Now, the Myriad Transformations ancestor had appeared and fought with the ancestor Tianhong in the Sky Scorpion mountain range. This attracted the attention of countless people. This was a battle of Array Dao. In the distant past, the ancestor Tianhong and the Myriad Transformations ancestor were sworn enemies. However, the Array Emperor, Huang Fuzun, who was even more ancient than the ancestor Tianhong and the myriad transformations ancestor, was defeated by Gu Fei in one move. If this news got out, it would definitely shock the world. At this moment, the Array Emperor Huang Fuzun was as obedient as a child in front of Gu Fei. He was respectful and cautious, not daring to be presumptuous. Gu Fei directly struck a restriction technique into Huang Fuzun's body. Huang Fuzun was shocked and angry, but he did not dare to show his anger. Your life and death are in my hands. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. What? Huang Fuzun was dumbfounded. At this moment he even wanted to die. He was the high and mighty Array Emperor, the Emperor of Array Dao. Even the emperors of the 5 regions had to be polite to him. To think that he, a dignified Array Emperor, would actually become the slave of this black-robed youth in front of him. Huang Fuzun was filled with regret. He shouldn't have messed with this devil. Now he had to become someone else's slave. Gu Fei didn't care about Huang Fuzun's feelings. In his opinion, this guy was good enough to be his slave. One should know that the current southern barbarian was in a mess, and he needed someone to manage the southern barbarian capital. All right, let's go. Gu Fei didn't say anything more. He directly rushed into the sky and flew into the sky. Roar! With a roar, a huge wild beast pounced directly at Gu Fei. This divine beast was the star-swallowing beast that Gu Fei had subdued previously. Huang Fuzun was speechless. He had placed the star-swallowing beast in the back mountain of the Star Mountain, with the star-swallowing beast guarding it, who could break his formation. However, it was originally his pet, but now it had become Gu Fei's pet. Huang Fuzun was depressed. At this moment, the star-swallowing beast had already transformed into a warhorse. Gu Fei hopped onto the back of the horse and disappeared into the void. The warhorse that the star-swallowing beast had transformed into was really not bad. Its 4 hooves were galloping, and its speed was extremely fast. The Array Emperor, Huang Fuzun, also chased after it. Just 2 hours after Gu Fei and the others left, the people of the Star Sect only found out that the devil, Gu Fei, had left. Very soon, the Star Mountain was decorated with lanterns and streamers. They were actually celebrating Gu Fei's departure. On the Star Mountain, there was one person who couldn't be happy no matter what. That person was Qi Fei'er. She was interested in Gu Fei, but unfortunately she was unrequited. Gu Fei left with Huang Fuzun and directly left the meteorite mountain range. Since he was already in Zhongtian, he would go to the void beginning to take a look. What he didn't know was that a good show was going on in the extreme Devil Mountain range where the extreme Devil Cave was located. Man Yu had succeeded in becoming a demon, and he detonated the energy of the Devil Dao that had been condensed for countless years in the extreme Devil Cave. Buddhist light and demonic light were intertwining in the sky above the extreme Devil Cave, colliding and canceling each other out. The grand formation of the Buddhist sect circulated madly, and it enveloped the entire extreme Devil Cave. The 9 Buddhist supremes attacked and successfully suppressed the Devil Dao that had erupted from the extreme Devil Cave. Meanwhile, Long Shao Zhou and the Black Dragon King were chasing after Man Yu after he'd become a demon, and they didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. However, Man Yu was extremely cunning, and he'd slipped away many times. This caused Long Shao Zhou to be both shocked and furious, and he wished for nothing more than to tear Man Yu into pieces. At this moment, Long Shao Zhou and the others were searching in a primitive forest in the extreme Devil Mountain range. The members of the Sect of Battle were searching the mountain under the lead of the sect master, Wang Dozhan. Man Yu could be considered to have gone mad. He'd actually used the surroundings to constantly launch sneak attacks on the disciples of the Sect of Battle. Man Yu was like a ghost, silently moving through the primitive forest in the extreme Devil Mountain range, and he'd occasionally kill the disciples of the Sect of Battle. Those people that were killed by Man Yu all had a common characteristic, and that was that all of them had turned into dried corpses. Suddenly, a scream came from the depths of the primitive forest. Long Xiaozhou and the Black Dragon King immediately rushed towards the direction of the sound. Yes, he ran away. When Long Xiaozhou and the Black Dragon King arrived, they saw a figure hanging under a tree. Long Xiaozhou took a closer look and immediately frowned. The figure hanging under the tree was a dried-up corpse. All of its essence, qi, and spirit had been devoured. Preposterous! Long Xiaozhou was furious, and he smashed the tea table with a palm. Your Highness, that fellow is nearby. He might be hiding at the side and watching the show. The Black Dragon King muttered. All right, seal this place. Long Xiaozhou gritted his teeth. Very soon, the primitive forest was sealed, and even the people of the Buddha clan came. However, they searched the entire forest inside out, but they didn't find anything. Man Yu had escaped again. Long Xiaozhou was very clear that Man Yu was devouring the cultivation of other cultivators to increase his own cultivation. The more he devoured, the stronger he would become. So, they had to capture Man Yu as soon as possible. Otherwise, Man Yu would become stronger and stronger. At that time, none of them would be a match for Man Yu. What's going on? What method did that fellow use to escape? Long Xiaozhou whispered to her protector. It's a little troublesome. Long Xiaozhou's protector muttered. Could it be that even you can't tell? Hearing his protector say that, he felt helpless. Wanting to capture Man Yu in the extreme Devil Mountain range was undoubtedly like finding a needle in the sea. Chapter 5231. There were 5 great regions in the Void Realm: East Barren, South Barren, West Sea, North Ruins, and Middle Sky. Each of these 5 regions had a terrifying forbidden ground. However, the Extreme Demon Cave was the most dangerous and forbidden land in the Void Realm's 5 regions, because the Extreme Devil Cave was the origin of the devil in the Void Realm. All the devils in the Void Realm came from the Extreme Devil Cave. Moreover, one of the 2 super powerful clans in Middle Sky, the Buddha clan, was guarding the Extreme Devil Cave. The demonic nature of the Extreme Devil Cave didn't just affect humans. It affected all living creatures. Any living creature, even if it was a bird or a centipede, after entering the Extreme Devil Cave, would likely be possessed by the devil and become a terrifying devil, let alone humans. The Extreme Devil Cave was a place that no one in the Void Realm was willing to step into. Even if someone wanted to enter the Extreme Devil Cave, it wouldn't be an easy task. One should know that one of the 2 super powerful clans in Middle Sky, the Buddha clan, guarded the Extreme Devil Cave. No one dared to enter the Extreme Devil Cave. For 1,000 years, the Extreme Devil Mountain Range had been very peaceful. Occasionally 1 or 2 devil beasts would appear, but these devil beasts were quickly dealt with by the experts of the Extreme Devil Cave. But now, someone had managed to sneak past the Buddha clan's hidden sentries in the Extreme Demon Mountain Range and barge into the Extreme Demon Cave. This was simply a slap to the Buddha clan's face. It was too shameful. Therefore, the Buddha clan was furious. They swore to drag Man Yu out and teach him a lesson. If he didn't want to be a human, he would be courting death by becoming a devil. In the Extreme Devil Mountain Range, one could see the Buddha light flying across the sky from time to time. This time around, the Buddha race was getting serious. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Gu Fei. He brought the star-swallowing beast and formation emperor, Huangfu Zun, to the land of void beginning. Long Xiaozhou continued to lead his subordinates to chase the devil Man Yu. In addition to the Buddha clan and Wang Dozhan's battle sect, there were many people chasing Man Yu in the Extreme Devil Mountain Range. While Long Xiaozhou and the others were chasing Man Yu, the situation in South Barren became even more tense. In the entire South Barren, only the South Barren royal capital was calm. The people in the royal capital did what they should do. It was like a paradise. Even Mu Tianfeng and Mr. Qiu Shui were the same, hiding themselves. At this moment, Man Yu, Mu Tianfeng, and Mr. Qiu Shui didn't dare to show themselves. If they did, they would be killed. In the eyes of the experts of the Buddha race, Man Yu and the others were all evil. Subduing demons was the bounden duty and responsibility of the Buddhist clan. The entire extreme Devil Mountain range was sealed by the Buddha race. Man, you must still be in the extreme Devil Mountain range. However, the extreme Devil Mountain range was simply too vast. They still couldn't find Manu. In the extreme Devil Mountain range, Buddha arrays were activated one after another. These Buddha arrays had been sealed for thousands of years. Who would have thought that they would be activated again today? Lumps of Buddhist light appeared in the extreme Devil Mountain range. The heaven and earth spiritual chi of the entire world was immediately drawn by the Buddhist formation, and the Buddhist light emitted by the Buddhist formation became even stronger. Countless Buddhist formations linked together, and Buddhist light enveloped the entire region, sealing off the extreme Devil Mountain range. At this moment, even a small bird wouldn't be able to fly out. How extravagant! Long Xiaozhou couldn't help but be shocked to the extreme when she saw this scene. Ever since she became the disciple of Gu Fei, her true formation Tao cultivation had improved by a huge margin. Her vision had also changed. The Buddhist formation of the Buddha race actually sealed the entire extreme Devil Mountain range. There was actually such a powerful formation Tao expert in this world. Long Xiaozhou couldn't believe it. She stood on the peak of a mountain and looked at the boundless Buddhist light. Her state of mind was surprisingly calm. This is a good place. Long Xiaozhou sighed. Your Highness, what did you say? The Black Dragon King, who was standing behind Long Xiaozhou, was startled. This was the origin of the devil in the Void Realm. All the devils in the Void Realm came from here. Princess Long Xiaozhou actually said that this was a good place. This directly stunned the Black Dragon King. Nothing much. Is there any news from Wang Dozhan's side? Long Xiaozhou asked. This time, the battle sect brought many people here. All the elites of the sect had rushed to the extreme Devil Mountain range. However, this was the territory of the Buddha race after all. The people of the battle sect had to be careful. If they offended the Buddha race, then the battle sect could forget about staying in Zhongtian. Your Highness, there is no movement from Wang Dozhan's side. The Black Dragon King said, Humph, man, you doesn't have any other abilities, but he is quite good at hiding. Long Xiaozhou laughed coldly. He is just a rat. If I catch him, I will send him on his way. The Black Dragon King said fiercely. Just at this moment, a muffled sound suddenly came from the extreme Devil Mountain range. Finally found him. Long Xiaozhou was instantly overjoyed. She immediately soared into the sky and flew towards the direction of the sound. Her speed was extremely fast. The Black Dragon King hurriedly chased after her. However, when Long Xiaozhou and the others arrived, they found a few dried corpses lying on the ground. Where was Man Yu's figure? The people who were killed are from the battle sect. When the Black Dragon King saw this, he was speechless. The cultivation of the people from the battle sect wasn't that great. As for Man Yu, he specially chose to attack the people from the battle sect. Because Man Yu could instantly kill the people from the battle sect and then directly escape, he wouldn't be entangled. If he attacked the experts from the Buddha race or the West Sea, then he would be in danger of being entangled. Once Man Yu was entangled, then he would be finished. The Fury Buddha was still holding on to his Vajra exorcism wand and was searching for Man Yu in the extreme Devil Mountain range. He wished that he could dig up the entire extreme Devil Mountain range and drag that devil out. The Fury Buddha heard the commotion and came over. When he saw the corpses on the ground, he was infuriated. That little devil actually dared to commit murder under his eyes. He simply didn't put the Buddha race in his eyes. It had been a long time since he met such an arrogant devil. Very good, very good. The Fury Buddha ignored Long Xiaozhou and the others. He turned into a ray of Buddha light and soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. The West Sea Old Dragon Emperor had roamed the world for countless years. He had some friendship with an ancestor-level existence in the Buddha race. It was also because of this relationship that Long Xiaozhou and the others could bring people into the extreme Devil Mountain range. If it was someone else, they would have been chased away by the people from the Buddha race. Just when Long Xiaozhou and the others were thinking about how to capture Manu, Gu Fei had already arrived at another forbidden area in Middle Sky, near the land of Void Beginning. This was the territory of one of the two super powerful races in Middle Sky, the Heaven Race. Chapter 5232. The mysterious land of Void Beginning was the strangest and most unimaginable place in the entire Void Realm. Here, there was a clan that had been guarding this place for generations. This clan was one of the two super clans in Middle Sky, the Sky Clan. They called themselves the Sons of Heaven and guarded this place for generations. Since ancient times, countless people who wanted to enter the land of Void Beginning had been stopped by the Sky Clan. Some stubborn fellows were directly killed by the experts of the Sky Clan. There was nothing they could do if they wanted to die. Of course, the people of the Sky Clan were not people who liked to kill, but those who refused to retreat could only be killed. The land of Void Beginning was related to the safety of the entire Void Realm, so they could not be careless. At the peak of the mountain wind howled, but Gu Fei's clothes did not even flutter. The fierce mountain wind could not even get close to him. Gu Fei used his martial path, Heavenly Eye. Under his martial path, Heavenly Eye, the scene of the land of Void Beginning changed. He saw that the mountains in front of him and the void were filled with formation patterns. The densely packed formation patterns connected the sky and the earth, completely covering the huge area in front of him. There were simply too many array patterns. Gu Fei had already seen through 19 layers of array patterns. However, there were still many more layers of array patterns beyond that. Even his martial path, Heavenly Eye, could not see through these formation patterns. Who set up this formation? That's just too sick. Gu Fei was speechless. The person who set up these formations was really too bored. One should know that one layer of formation patterns was a formation, so what was the point of setting up so many? At least these formations could not stop him. This is the place that even Palace Master Ling Tian could not enter. Gu Fei pondered. Master, what are you doing here? Huangfu Zun, the Array Emperor, asked curiously. Do you know the situation in the land of Void Beginning? Gu Fei asked. This, I really do not know. Huangfu Zun shook his head. The land of Void Beginning was the most mysterious place in the entire Void Realm. Perhaps only the Sky Clan knew the secret of the land of Void Beginning. Even you do not know. Gu Fei was surprised. The Array Emperor was a super antique in the Void Realm. He had made his debut much earlier than the Great Sky Ancestor and the Myriad Transformations Ancestor. The Sky Clan has guarded this place for generations. Outsiders cannot enter at all. Huangfu Zun sighed. With the Sky Clan guarding this place, even Palace Master Ling Tian could not enter. Back then, Ling Tian Palace Master's might shook the world and he was invincible. In the end, this Palace Master found the Tian Clan and wanted to enter the land of Void Beginning. The Tian Clan's people were naturally not this Lord Palace Master's match. Even the Tian Clan's old clan master was defeated by Palace Master Ling Tian. However, when the people of the Tian Clan saw that they couldn't stop Palace Master Ling Tian, they all went into the defensive formation of the Void Beginning and didn't come out. Palace Master Ling Tian wanted to rely on his invincible cultivation and battle prowess to forcefully break the formation. Who would have thought that the defensive formation of the land of False Beginning would be so powerful? It actually caused Palace Master Ling Tian, who was trying to break through the formation, to have to retreat in the end. This matter had shaken the world back then. Later on, the Ling Tian Palace produced an Array Dao Grandmaster. This Array Dao Grandmaster was Patriarch Tianhong. Ancestor Tianhong had once tried to break through the protective formation of the land of Empty Beginning. However, even though he was a formation Grandmaster, he still could not break through the protective formation of the land of Empty Beginning and returned in failure. In this way, no one in the world would dare to barge into the formation. Even the formation Emperor Huangfu Zun didn't dare to mess around in the void beginning land. If that's the case, then go and capture a Tian clan member to ask. Gu Fei said. What? Huang Fuzun was startled. What was his master going to do? He actually wanted him to capture the people of the Tian clan? Provoking the Tian clan was no joke. What are you waiting for? Gu Fei glanced at Huang Fuzun and said. Yes, Huang Fuzun was extremely unwilling because he knew the consequences of provoking the Tian clan. However, his life was in the hands of Gu Fei now. If Gu Fei wanted to kill him, all it would take was a single thought for him to be killed. Soon, Huang Fuzun brought back a person. It was a little girl who looked around 8 or 9 years old. This made Gu Fei speechless. What do you want me to say? Gu Fei sighed. Master, the people of the Tian clan usually don't go out. It's already good enough that we managed to capture this little girl. Huang Fuzun felt wronged. The little girl who was captured by Huang Fuzun was very calm. Little girl, do you know the secret of the land of empty beginning? Gu Fei asked the little girl with a smile. The little girl stared at Gu Fei with her eyes wide open. She didn't speak, but her big black eyes were full of intelligence. Are you mute? My master is asking you a question. Huang Fuzun said to the little girl fiercely. Humph. The little girl sneered. She crossed her arms and turned around, ignoring Gu Fei and the others. Interesting. How about this? If you tell me the situation in the land of empty beginning, I will spare the Tian clan. Gu Fei said indifferently. Ha ha. After hearing Gu Fei's words, the little girl finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. What's so funny? My master is invincible. Your Tian clan is nothing. Huang Fuzun sneered. The little girl still didn't speak, but she stopped smiling. Her face was full of disdain. There are people who claim to be invincible these days. At this moment, a disdainful voice came from the sky. Huang Fuzun suddenly raised his head and saw many powerful figures appearing in the sky. The one in the lead was a middle-aged warrior wearing armor and holding a halberd. He looked majestic. They came so fast. Gu Fei raised his head and looked at those fellows in the sky without any expression on his face. This Huang Fuzun, on the other hand, was terrified. He had just brought the little girl to his master's place, and the enemy's men had already caught up with them. It was too fast. How dare you kidnap someone from my Tian clan? If you know what's good for you, let her go, then break one of your arms and get lost. Otherwise, I will kill you. The middle-aged warrior's majestic voice came down. Master this. Huang Fuzun was terrified. These guys from the Tian clan were not to be trifled with. The middle-aged warrior was a combat emperor. The Tian clan in Zhongtian was extremely powerful. Huang Fuzun could feel at least 3 emperor auras nearby. The Tian clan really lived up to their name. What are you afraid of? It's just the Tian clan, Gu Fei said nonchalantly. Huang Fuzun was speechless. The Tian clan was the 2 most powerful forces in Zhongtian. How could his master not take them seriously? Could it be that his master's cultivation had reached a level where he could ignore the Tian clan? Chapter 5233. On a mountain outside the land of void beginning, Gu Fei had asked Huang Fuzun to capture a member of the Tian clan for questioning. Who would have thought that this guy would bring back a little girl from the Tian clan? This made Gu Fei speechless. And what made Gu Fei the most crazy was that this guy didn't even know that he was being followed, and actually alerted the Tian clan. Then, the Tian clan sent out the heavenly army and surrounded them. The army of the Tian clan was not bad. Of course, it couldn't be compared to the army in Gu Fei's hands, but it was definitely the strongest army in the Void Realm. The Tian clan had some confidence. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, the Tian clan was just SOSO. Hand over the girl, cut off your own arm, and get the hell out of here. The middle-aged leader of the army stared at Gu Fei and Huang Fuzun and said coldly. He was not angry, and the aura of a king was released from his body. However, his aura of a king was not enough to scare Gu Fei and Huang Fuzun. After all, Gu Fei and Huang Fuzun were both kings. Why would they be afraid of the king of the Tian clan? Even the star-swallowing beast that Gu Fei had subdued was not afraid of the king in the sky. You told us to cut off our own arm, so we have to do that. On the mountain peak, Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Even in the face of the army of the Tian clan, he was still calm. Then go to hell. The combat emperor in the sky roared and was about to attack. Stop! At this time, a figure rushed over from the direction of the land of void beginning and shouted, Yu Hao, what are you doing here? The combat emperor was displeased when he saw the newcomer. Yu Changtian, don't you see that our people are in their hands? You still want to attack. Don't tell me you don't care about the lives of my people? The middle-aged man in white called Yu Hao said coldly, What do you mean? Battle Emperor Yu Changtian's face turned even uglier. You know very well what I mean. Yu Hao sneered. Then he said to Gu Fei on the mountain peak, Hand him over, and you can leave. Huang Fuzun, what do you think? Gu Fei glanced at Huang Fuzun next to him and said with a faint smile, You are Huang Fuzun, Array Emperor, Huang Fuzun? The white-clothed middle-aged man called Yu Hao immediately cried out in alarm. What? That's the legendary Formation Emperor? When the leader of the Tian clan heard this, he was immediately shocked. He stared at the mountain peak, at the old man standing beside Gu Fei. How is this possible? The Formation Emperor, Huang Fuzun, has been missing for thousands of years. How could he be here? That's right. I heard that Huang Fuzun died a long time ago. The Tian clan generals behind the war emperor said, Humph, you want to scare us with Huang Fuzun's name? Even if you really are Huang Fuzun, you are still an ant in front of the Tian clan. We can easily crush you to death. The battle general sneered. What did you say? Huang Fuzun was enraged. I have been dominating the world for countless years. My formation Tao is invincible. How dare you look down on me like this? In the next moment, an astonishing imperial aura burst out from Huang Fuzun's body. At this moment, he instantly transformed from an old man in ragged clothes into a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds, enough to make people look up to him. Moreover, in the void around Huang Fuzun, countless formation patterns appeared and interweaved into ancient and mysterious formation diagrams. Oh my God, this guy is really Huang Fuzun. At this moment, the Tian clan members were dumbfounded. It should be noted that there had only been one Array Emperor in the Void Realm for countless years. This Array Emperor was Huang Fuzun. He was the only one who had truly become an emperor through Formation Tao. Tian Hong Ancestor, Myriad Transformation Ancestor, and the others were not even worthy of carrying Huang Fuzun's shoes in terms of Formation Tao. The imperial aura on Huang Fuzun was not fake. Yu Hao and Yu Changtian, the two emperors of the Tian clan, stared at Huang Fuzun on the mountain peak in shock. This guy had been missing for thousands of years. How could he suddenly appear here? I have cultivated Formation Tao all my life, but I have never seen the Tian clan's Formation Tao. Today, I will experience the power of the Tian clan's Formation Tao. Huang Fuzun flipped his right hand, and an array plate appeared in his right hand. You think I'm afraid of you? Yu Changtian sneered. He held the divine halberd and charged at Huang Fuzun from the sky. Array, rise! Huang Fuzun shouted. The next moment, countless formation patterns rushed out of the array plate in his hand. These formation patterns interweaved in the void and turned into countless swords that slashed at Yu Changtian. This was the power of Formation Tao. The power of Formation Tao could evolve into all kinds of attacks. What? Yu Changtian was taken aback. He stopped in the air and waved the divine halberd in his hand. The divine halberd turned into a shield in front of him. All the swords and sabers that came at him were blocked. The swords and sabers formed by the power of Formation Tao slashed at the shield of Yu Changtian's divine halberd, and the sound of metal colliding rang out. It was as if real swords and sabers were slashing at the divine halberd. This guy! Everyone from the Tian clan was frightened by this scene. Although they had the advantage in numbers, sometimes having more people was not necessarily a good thing. Even if they had more people, they might not necessarily win. Die! Yu Changtian moved. A ball of divine light burst from his body, shaking the void and shattering all the swords and sabers that came at him. Whoosh! Yu Changtian swung the divine halberd at Huangfu Zun. The divine light on the divine halberd seemed to be able to tear the void apart. Dance of Dragons! Huangfu Zun shook the array plate in his hand. The next moment, a series of dragon roars sounded in the void. Then, all the spiritual qi in the world was mobilized. Huge figures emerged from the void, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at Yu Changtian, who was descending from the sky. Gu Fei's eyes lit up at the scene. So formation Dao could be played like this. Interesting, interesting. At this time, Yu Changtian's divine halberd slashed at one of the dragon shadows, cutting it in half and dissipating in the void. But at this time, countless dragon shadows appeared in the sky above the mountain peak. This scene was truly a dance of dragons, shocking to the extreme. The Tian clan members were stunned as well. This formation emperor, Huangfu Zun, really lived up to his name. Yu Changtian roared again and again. He was trapped in the midst of the dragons, fighting with all his might against the dragon shadows in the void. This, Chapter 5234. High up in the sky, the dragons danced wildly. All the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the world was attracted by Huangfu Zun's 9th heavenly dragon formation, converging towards it. The power unleashed by the violent 9 heavens dragon array, which had condensed endless spiritual energy of the world, was even more shocking. At this time, Yu Changtian was trapped in the 9th heavenly dragon formation. He dashed left and right, brandishing the halberd in his hand, fighting desperately against the dragons that were coming at him from all directions. Although the dragons were formed by the power of the 9 heavens raging dragon formation, in Yu Changtian's eyes, they were much stronger and more terrifying than a real flood dragon. Roar! The roars of the dragons reverberated throughout the void. Everyone who witnessed this scene, except for Gu Fei, was shocked to the core. The legendary array king, Huangfu Zun, truly lived up to his name. His ability to form a formation out of nothing was unimaginable. Yu Changtian might be one of the 3 battle emperors of the Tian clan, but he was no match for a super antique like Huangfu Zun. Before long, Yu Changtian's forehead was covered in sweat, looking a little embarrassed. Yu Changtian was well aware of the consequences of not being able to break out of the 9th heavenly dragon formation. He would either die in battle or be captured. As the battle emperor of the Tian clan, he would rather die in battle than be captured. Hee, you little brat, how dare you act so presumptuously in front of me? When I was dominating the world, your grandfather's grandfather was still playing in the mud. Huangfu Zun stared at Yu Changtian, who was trapped in the 9th heavenly dragon formation, and sneered. Yu Changtian was both shocked and angered. Carelessly, he was hit by one of the dragons and sent flying. At the same time, another dragon swung its tail at Yu Changtian, sending him flying. The golden crown on Yu Changtian's head was nowhere to be seen, and his hair was disheveled, making him look extremely wretched. Elder Yu Hao, are you going to watch him die? Yu Changkong, the deputy general of the Tian clan, shouted at Yu Hao anxiously. At this moment, everyone could see that Huangfu Zun's 9 heavens raging dragon formation was extremely powerful. Even if Yu Changkong led the army behind him to attack, they would all die. Amongst the people present, only Yu Hao, who was also an Emperor realm expert, was qualified to make a move. Yu Hao's expression changed several times. In the end, he gritted his teeth and took out a killing weapon. The killing weapon shot up into the sky from his hand and instantly grew to the size of a mountain. It smashed down on the 9 heavens, raging dragon formation below. It was a huge seal. The golden seal shone with endless golden light, illuminating the entire world in a golden color. It was as if a golden sun had appeared in the sky. Heaven-shaking seal. Yu Changkong was shocked. He didn't expect how to have the heaven-shaking seal on him. It had to be known that it was one of the heavenly race's supreme treasures. The heaven-shaking seal pressed down from the sky, causing the entire world to tremble. It was as if the world was about to collapse. Huangfu Zun's 9 heavens, raging dragon formation, immediately suffered a great impact. Countless dragon shadows in the sky kept collapsing and disappearing into thin air. The heaven-shaking seal was like a terrifying golden divine mountain smashing down from the sky. Its power was earth-shattering. This, Huangfu Zun was extremely shocked. He desperately operated the 9 heavens, raging dragon formation. Huge dragon shadows appeared in the void and collided with the heaven-shaking seal that was pressing down from the sky. The Array Emperor, Huangfu Zun, was going to use the power of his array Dao to fight against the supreme treasure of the heavenly race. The array plate in Huangfu Zun's hand emitted a dazzling divine light. Within the divine light, countless array patterns shot up into the sky, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. Huangfu Zun also operated his Yuan Qi with all his might. At this moment, the power of his array Dao soared to the limit. Every inch of the void on the entire mountain was filled with array patterns. They were all ancient array diagrams. Of course, that was except for the area of 100 feet around Gu Fei and the girl from the heavenly race. The girl from the heavenly race looked at Gu Fei in shock. The Array Emperor had attacked with all his might, but this person could actually block the power of the Array Emperor from 100 feet away. This cultivation level was extremely terrifying. Could he be an invincible existence, like the Lingtian Palace Master? The Lingtian Palace Master was recognized as the strongest person in the Void Realm. Moreover, the Lingtian Palace Master had made her debut very early, so early that almost no one knew when she had achieved the Tao. The history of the Lingtian Palace could be traced back to the ancient times of the Void Realm, or even the primeval age. Although the heavenly race had guarded the land of void beginning for generations and would not leave easily, they had also heard of the name of the Lingtian Palace. In the distant past, they had also fought with the Lingtian Palace Master. Even the invincible Lingtian Palace Master could not attack the land of void beginning, let alone others. However, if the people of the heavenly race left the range of the protective array of the land of void beginning, they would be directly beaten up by the Lingtian Palace. They would not be a match at all. If this black-robed youth was really an existence comparable to the Lingtian Palace Master, then no one from the heavenly race present would be a match for him. The girl from the heavenly race could not help but sweat at this thought. Roar! At this time, the golden seal pressed down from the sky. Huangfu Zun roared again and again, his body full of Yuan Qi. He desperately urged the arrayed disc in his hand, sweating profusely and extremely nervous. Countless dragon phantoms appeared in the void, crazily colliding with the golden seal that was pressing down from the sky. The Skyquake seal's speed of descent slowed down, but it was still pressing down slowly. The countless dragon shadows collided with the seal and directly exploded, dissipating in the void. Gu Fei sat calmly on a big rock, not planning to make a move. Aren't you worried that the Array Emperor will be smashed into meat paste by the Skyquake seal? The girl from the heavenly race finally could not help but ask. If you didn't speak, I would have thought you were mute. Gu Fei glanced at the little girl from the Sky Clan and smiled. He would not use the girl from the heavenly race to threaten the people of the heavenly race. It would be too embarrassing. As a warrior, he really could not afford to lose face like this. The reason why Gu Fei asked Huangfu Zun to capture a member of the heavenly race was actually very simple. He wanted to know the situation of the land of void beginning. He did not want to fight with the heavenly race, but now it seemed that he had no choice. Your subordinate is about to die. The girl from the heavenly race curled her lips. Just now, when she heard Huangfu Zun call the black-robed youth master, she was really scared. Huangfu Zun's master was too terrifying. You deserve to be beaten to death because of your lack of skill, Gu Fei said indifferently. The girl from the heavenly race was speechless. Chapter 5235. Outside the land of void beginning, in the mountains, a golden seal shone with endless golden light. It fell from the sky and pressed down on the dragon shadows below. Boom! The void was shaking violently. Transparent spatial ripples spread out in all directions with the golden seal as the center. The entire mountain range shook, startling the countless birds and beasts in the mountain range. Those birds and beasts fled in all directions, causing the mountain range to fall into chaos. Damn it! At this moment, on the peak of the mountain, Huangfu Zun kept roaring. He desperately activated the array board in his hand. Countless illusions of giant dragons emerged in the void and soared into the sky, colliding with the heaven tremor stamp. However, the power of the trembling heaven seal was too strong. It was one of the 3 supreme treasures of the Tian clan. Its power was beyond imagination. While Huangfu Zun was resisting the trembling heaven seal, Yu Changtian rushed out of Huangfu Zun's 9 heavens, raging dragon formation. Huangfu Zun, this guy. Yu Changtian stopped in the distance and turned to stare at Huangfu Zun. The legendary Array Emperor was indeed worthy of his reputation. The Battle Emperor of the Tian clan had to admit that Huangfu Zun was much stronger than him. They were both Emperor warriors, but Huangfu Zun was the king of Emperor warriors. However, no matter how strong Huangfu Zun was, it was useless. The trembling heaven seal of the Tian clan could kill Emperor warriors. The trembling heaven seal was still pressing down on the mountain. Countless dragon shadows dissipated, and countless formation patterns were destroyed by the mighty power of the seal. However, although the formation runes in the void were destroyed, new formation runes appeared in the void and the cycle repeated. Only Huangfu Zun continued to operate the array board in his hand, and the formation patterns in the void stopped emerging. Huangfu Zun's 9 heavens, raging dragon formation, was on the verge of collapse. Even if he tried his best, he still could not stop the trembling heaven seal. If you still don't make a move, this subordinate of yours is really going to die. The little girl of the Tian clan said to Gu Fei, Master, I can still hold on. Huangfu Zun said while gritting his teeth. His clothes were soaked in sweat, and his energy was surging. His face was ferocious, and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Every time the heaven trembling seal in the sky descended a bit, the pressure on his body would multiply. Huangfu Zun's body would explode before the quake seal even reached the mountain. Resist your head. Gu Fei stood up helplessly, stretched himself, and then glanced at the heaven tremor seal in the sky. I was just fretting about not having a place to get peerless divine materials. The material of this seal is not bad. Gu Fei muttered to himself. What did you say? The Tian clan girl couldn't help but be startled when she heard this. She didn't know that Gu Fei had obtained the 9 heavens profound gold in the meteorite mountain range. However, the 9 heavens profound gold had already gained sentience. Gu Fei didn't intend to return the 9 heavens profound gold to its original form. Now, Gu Fei didn't have to worry about the peerless divine materials he needed to forge weapons. At this moment, as the seal in the sky pressed down, Huangfu Zun wasn't just bleeding from the corner of his mouth. He was coughing up blood continuously. However, this guy's bones were very hard. Even though his bones were about to be crushed by the mighty force from the sky, he still operated the array board in his hand. Kacha! Huangfu Zun's right hand suddenly shook, and a crack appeared on the array board in his hand. The power of his 9 heavens, raging dragon array, was greatly reduced. One after another, the dragon shadows were pressed down on the mountain by the seal in the sky, wailing in pain. Huangfu Zun even knelt heavily on the ground. The extremely hard ground was cracked by his knees. In the end, he still had to lower his head. In the face of a force stronger than him, he had no choice but to do so. Master, help! Huangfu Zun looked at Gu Fei in horror. At this moment, there was another crack on the array disc in Huangfu Zun's hand. The next moment, Huangfu Zun was pressed down on the ground by the force from the sky. This time he couldn't even speak. Huangfu Zun's array board fell to the ground and shattered. The dragon shadows that were pressed down by the heaven tremor seal disappeared in the void. Array Emperor Huangfu Zun's 9 heavens raging dragon array was completely broken by Yu Hao's heaven tremor seal. The people of the heavenly race were surprised and overjoyed. Haha, a seal that can shake the sky. Array Emperor? You can't even withstand a single blow from the heaven tremor seal. Yu Changtian threw his head back and laughed. You're not the one who defeated my subordinate. What are you so proud of? Gu Fei stood on the boulder with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. Yu Changtian was shocked, angry, and embarrassed. The one who defeated the legendary Array Emperor was Yu Hao. However, the heaven tremor seal was still pressing down from the sky. Yu Hao didn't stop. Enough! Gu Fei glanced at Yu Hao, who was controlling the heaven tremor seal in the sky. In the next moment, a powerful aura spread from his body. This aura broke through the power of the heaven tremor seal and enveloped Huangfu Zun. Huangfu Zun felt his body lighten, and the powerful force that had almost crushed him suddenly disappeared. It was gone so suddenly, he was on the verge of collapsing. But what shocked him was that his master was strong enough to resist the heaven tremor seal of the heavenly race. What? Up in the sky, Yu Hao was shocked. The black-robed young man on the mountain was so powerful that he could resist the heaven tremor seal. How was that possible? The heaven tremor seal was one of the 3 greatest treasures of the heavenly race. It was so powerful that even Lingtian Palace Master did not dare to be careless. Could it be that this black-robed young man was even stronger than Lingtian Palace Master? Yu Hao and Yu Changtian looked at the figure on the mountain peak in horror. Kill! Since he had already made his move, there was no turning back. Yu Hao controlled the heaven tremor seal with all his strength, and the next moment, the power of the heaven tremor seal multiplied. Boom! The entire mountain peak crumbled. However, what shocked Yu Hao was that even so, Gu Fei was still calm. The power of the heaven tremor seal could not shake him at all. Impossible! Yu Changtian was shocked to the extreme. Those were the 3 greatest treasures of the heavenly race, and they possessed terrifying power that could destroy the world. Back then, when Lingtian Palace Master went to the land of void beginning, the heavenly race was beaten so badly that they had to use the 3 greatest treasures. Even Lingtian Palace Master had to be careful when facing the 3 greatest treasures of the heavenly race. Chapter 5236. How is this possible? The people of the Sky Clan were scared out of their wits. Their clan's treasure was taken by an outsider? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed it? This was the treasure of the Tian clan. Ever since the heaven-shaking seal was refined, only the people of the Tian clan could use this treasure of the Tian clan. Moreover, only those who had mastered the secret method to activate the sky-trembling seal could control it. But now, this treasure of the Sky Clan had been taken away by an outsider. How was this possible? Could it be that this black-robed young man was a member of the Sky Clan? It was no wonder that Yu Hao and Yu Changtian would think this way. One should know that the secret method to activate the sky-trembling seal was never taught to outsiders. Only the core members of the Sky Clan could master this secret method. How could an outsider take away the clan's treasure? The sky-trembling seal floated above Gu Fei's right palm. It was surrounded by a golden light, and mysterious runes appeared on the golden seal. Even the air around the golden seal was surrounded by runes. Yu, the girl of the Sky Clan who was standing next to Gu Fei, stared at the golden seal in Gouffet's hand with a dumbfounded expression. "It's all right, but the forging method is too crude. It's a waste of a divine item." Gouffet looked at the golden seal in his hand and shook his head with a sigh. What crude forging method? The people of the Sky Clan were about to go crazy when they heard this. The sky-trembling seal was one of the most powerful treasures of the Sky Clan. The person who refined this treasure was once the most powerful weapon refining emperor in the Void Realm. The weapon refining emperor had disappeared for countless years. Therefore, in this world, there was no one who could refine such a supreme divine weapon. How arrogant! The girl of the Sky Clan looked at him with disdain. "Hee, you don't believe me. Today I'm in a good mood. I'll show you the true path of weapon refining." As Gouffet spoke, the golden seal in his hand flew up and floated in the air. A moment later, a ball of divine flame surged out from Gouffet's right hand, and then he waved his hand. The ball of divine flames flew out and struck the golden seal. The divine fire instantly enveloped the golden seal. The heaven-shaking seal shook violently, and the runes dissipated into the void under the refinement of the divine fire. "What are you doing? Are you going to destroy this treasure?" The little girl from the Tian clan exclaimed. "What? He wants to destroy our clan's treasure?" Yu Hao and Yu Changtian were both shocked and enraged. "Kill!" Yu Hao roared and charged towards Gouffet from the sky. The mighty might of an emperor descended from the sky, causing the void to tremble. "Rumble!" Boundless Yuan Qi surged, and a huge hand descended from the sky, grabbing at Gouffet. Yu Hao attacked in anger. The power of this move was extremely strong. Yu Changtian was about to make his move as well. "Get lost!" Gouffet casually waved his hand, and the huge hand that had descended from the sky, which could split rocks and split mountains, immediately dissipated in the void as if it had never appeared. Yu Hao also let out a blood-curdling scream, and with a whoosh he flew out of sight. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Just a wave of his hand, Yu Changtian, who was about to make a move, nearly dropped his jaws to the ground. He was so scared that he turned into a coward. Although he had a powerful celestial army under his command, in front of this mysterious black-robed young man, there were nothing but ants. The little girl from the Tian clan wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. This black-robed young man was much more terrifying than she had imagined. To be able to defeat an emperor with a wave of his hand, could he be a legendary existence that had surpassed the emperor realm? Thinking of this, the little girl was even more shocked. However, there was something else in her eyes when she looked at Gouffet. At this time, the heaven-shaking seal that was enveloped by the divine fire had dimmed. Under the tempering of the divine fire, the heaven-shaking seal's Yuan Qi had been greatly damaged. The little girl from the Tian clan was extremely anxious. This was the treasure of the Tian clan. If it was destroyed, it would be a great loss for the Tian clan. If one's cultivation was insufficient, they would use treasures to make up for it. The Tian clan had used this trick against the Ling Tian Palace Master. However, even though the Tian clan had used the 3 great treasures of the Tian clan, they still couldn't defeat the Ling Tian Palace Master. They had been trapped in the land of Void Beginning and didn't dare to come out. This black-robed young man's cultivation was probably no weaker than the Ling Tian Palace Master's. Very quickly, under the dumbfounded expressions of all the people from the Tian clan, the spiritual light on their heaven-shaking seal had completely disappeared. "It's over." The little girl from the Tian clan felt her heart ache. The treasure of the Tian clan had actually been completely destroyed. However, what made the people of the Tian clan even more shocked was that the ball of divine fire had actually melted the heaven-shaking seal, turning it into a ball of golden liquid. The little girl from the Tian clan was speechless. With the heaven and earth as the furnace, come the heavenly fire. Gouffet waved his right hand, and the sky above the 9 heavens immediately changed color. Streams of fire descended from the sky, transforming into a furnace filled with heavenly fire. The ball of golden liquid was being refined by the 9 heavens flame in the furnace. This was an even deeper level of refinement, and Gu Fei wanted to refine all the impurities in the golden liquid. Gu Fei's move had immediately stunned everyone. No one would have thought that there would actually be such an unimaginable method of refining in this world. 9 Heavenly Fire Tao Artifact. Gu Fei's hands kept forming seals, and then he sent seal after seal into the heaven and earth furnace in the sky. Everyone could feel the changes in the heaven and earth furnace in the sky. A terrifying heat spread out, forcing everyone to retreat far away. The heaven and earth furnace, formed by the heavenly fire, was burning so intensely that the void around it was distorting. Gu Fei opened his eye of heaven, and he could directly see the ball of golden liquid inside the heaven and earth furnace. Inside the heaven and earth furnace, the ball of divine liquid was constantly changing forms. Knives, spears, swords, halberds, bells, cauldrons, and spears. As the golden liquid continued to change, incomparably mysterious Tao patterns were directly imprinted on the ball of divine liquid. Soon, the speed at which the ball of divine liquid was changing slowed down. Finally, the divine liquid turned into a cauldron, which contained 9 kinds of great paths. The 9 great paths coexisted, and the power of the 9 great paths perfectly fused on the cauldron. This was the first time Gu Fei had refined an artifact since coming to the Void Realm. 9 great paths complete, divine cauldron out. Gu Fei shouted. The next moment, 9 beams of divine light directly rushed out of his body, instantly rushing into the heaven and earth furnace. Boom! With a loud sound, the heaven and earth furnace suddenly exploded, and a huge cauldron with 9-colored divine light shot up into the sky. The power that erupted from the cauldron spread out in all directions, directly sweeping away the surrounding celestial army, and they immediately disappeared without a trace. 9 great cauldrons complete, shocking the world. Chapter 5237. In the end, Gu Fei chose to forge the first Tao tool he forged in the Void Realm into a cauldron. It was a 9 paths cauldron. He channeled his 9 paths power into the cauldron. The moment Gu Fei successfully channeled his 9 paths pattern into the cauldron, the entire heaven and earth furnace exploded. The 9 paths cauldron was earth-shattering. The entire world suddenly changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. An extremely terrifying aura appeared between the heavens and the earth. In the depths of the sky, there was the sound of thunder. The destructive aura covered the sky and the earth. All living beings in the world were terrified to the extreme at this moment. Heavenly tribulation. The 2 sovereigns of the Sky Clan looked up. Even though they were powerful, they were terrified because this was the power of heaven and earth. In the face of the power of heaven and earth, even sovereigns had to bow their heads. What? The Tao tool you forged actually triggered a heavenly tribulation? The little girl of the Sky Clan was shocked to the extreme. Master is too awesome. At this time, Huang Fuzun, who had been tortured by Yu Hao's sky-trembling seal, had already stood up. He was also dumbfounded when he saw the scene. Everyone had seriously underestimated Gu Fei. If you want to forge a tool, then forge a heaven tool. Gu Fei smiled. What a heaven tool! The little girl of the Sky Clan was shocked when she heard this. A heaven tool was a legend. Since ancient times, no one in the Void Realm had ever heard of anyone who could forge a heaven tool. This was because a heaven tool was a supreme Tao tool nurtured by heaven and earth. How could a man forge a heaven tool? Wasn't this a joke? However, this guy in front of her had forged a Tao tool that could trigger a heavenly tribulation. One could only forge a heaven tool after going through a heavenly tribulation. As long as this 9 paths cauldron could withstand the heavenly tribulation, it could achieve the ultimate leap. In the Void Realm, the ultimate Tao tool was a heaven tool. Moreover, the only heaven tool in the Void Realm was in the hands of the Ling Tian Palace Lord. Even the Sky Clan did not have a heaven tool. At this moment, the huge cauldron that was floating high up in the sky released 9 types of divine light. 9 types of Tao patterns emerged and intertwined on this huge cauldron. Extremely powerful energy, ripples, spread out from the cauldron. The entire world shook as spatial ripples spread out in all directions. Swoosh! A glaring bolt of lightning descended from the sky and blasted the cauldron, almost knocking it down from the sky. At this time, the tribulation clouds in the sky covered the entire sky. The black tribulation clouds were about to press down on the ground. Everyone from the Tian clan ran away without a trace. Heavenly tribulation. This was a heavenly tribulation. No one knew how long it had been since a heavenly tribulation had appeared in the void realm. Everyone knew that 9 out of 10 people would die under a heavenly tribulation. Oh my God, I'd better run away too. The little girl said to Huang Fuzun, "You, take me out of here." This, Huang Fuzun looked at Gu Fei. Without Gu Fei's approval, who would dare to take this little girl away? Stay by my side and I'll keep you safe. Gu Fei said indifferently. What? The little girl of the Tian clan did not believe Gu Fei at all. This was a heavenly tribulation. What was the greatest thing in this world? Heaven was the greatest. Even a sovereign warrior was just a shrimp in front of the power of heaven and earth. Then forget it. You should let this old man take me away. The little girl shook her head. I can't leave. Gu Fei looked up at the sky. Countless lightning bolts appeared in the tribulation clouds. One after another, lightning bolts fell from the sky. The aura of the heavenly tribulation had covered an area with a radius of 10,000 miles. Any creature that appeared in the area covered by the aura of the heavenly tribulation would become the target of the heavenly tribulation. I'm going to die because of you. I don't want to die. The little girl of the Tian clan wailed. Even Huang Fuzun was terrified to the extreme. Sigh, you guys. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. He could even step on the heavenly Tao. Why would he care about the heavenly tribulation? He could break a heavenly tribulation of this level with a wave of his hand. The thunder tribulation of the heavenly tribulation was launched. Countless lightning bolts blasted down from the tribulation clouds toward the big cauldron below. Soon the big cauldron was completely submerged by the endless lightning. Under the bombardment of the lightning bolts, 9 kinds of Tao patterns emerged and intertwined on the 9 paths cauldron. Not only did it block the thunder tribulation, but it also swallowed the power of the thunder tribulation to strengthen itself. Time passed, and the sharp divine light of the great path on the 9 paths cauldron was gradually worn down. Buzz! The 9 paths cauldron kept vibrating. At this time, the little girl of the Tian clan and Huang Fuzun were both shivering under the heavenly tribulation. They were not even as good as Gu Fei's new mount, the star-swallowing beast. However, the star-swallowing beast was guarding Gu Fei. With Gu Fei blocking the pressure from the heavenly tribulation for this beast, the star-swallowing beast was naturally not afraid of the heavenly tribulation. Rumble, the world shook. Lightning bolts shrouded Gu Fei and the others in the sky. However, the power of the thunder tribulation could not get close to them. Seeing this scene, the little girl of the Tian clan and Huang Fuzun breathed a sigh of relief. The terrible heavenly tribulation was raging outside, but Gu Fei was calm. Gu Fei had actually blocked the heavenly tribulation. Outside the range of the heavenly tribulation, countless people of the Tian clan looked at this scene in horror. Even Yu Hao and Yu Changtian had never seen a heavenly tribulation before. With their cultivation, they were still far from being able to trigger a heavenly tribulation. But now, because of Gu Fei, they were able to see the legendary heavenly tribulation. This is a heavenly tribulation. Yu Hao's voice trembled. Under the heavenly tribulation, even sovereign realm experts were like ants. The terrible aura of destruction made their souls tremble. The heavenly tribulation shook the world. The news that a heavenly tribulation had appeared in the land of void beginning quickly spread throughout Middle Heaven, and then to the other regions. For a moment, the world was shocked. Countless cultivators came to Middle Heaven. Who didn't want to see the legendary heavenly tribulation? Even the old fogies of Lingtian Palace could not sit still, but many people were curious. Who had triggered the heavenly tribulation? Since ancient times, only one person had ever triggered a heavenly tribulation in the Void Realm, and that person was Lingtian Palace Lord. But now, a cauldron that Gu Fei had casually forged could trigger a heavenly tribulation. Naturally, he could trigger one himself. But who would be stupid enough to trigger a heavenly tribulation to hurt themselves? Gu Fei was not that stupid. The Nine Paths cauldron, bathed in the power of lightning, was becoming more and more obscure. The heavenly tribulation raged for 3 days and 3 nights. Outside the heavenly tribulation's range, there was a sea of people. Not only were there countless humans, but even foreign races cultivators had gathered to watch the heavenly tribulation. A random Tao artifact, forged by a black-robed youth, triggered a heavenly tribulation. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, but it's true. Who is that awesome person? Chapter 5238. Heaven's tribulation was the power of heaven and earth. But in Gu Fei's eyes, this level of heaven's tribulation was insignificant. He could disperse it with a wave of his hand. However, this was not his heaven's tribulation, but the Nine Paths cauldrons. Only after experiencing heaven's tribulation could the Nine Paths cauldron become a true heaven treasure. In these 3 days, Gu Fei was fine, but the little girl and Huang Fuzun were miserable. They were in the middle of the heaven's tribulation, and the horror of it almost scared them out of their wits. It raged for 3 days and 3 nights. In these 3 days, the little girl and Huang Fuzun felt like a year. The Nine Paths cauldron survived the heaven's tribulation, but it was also half ruined. The giant cauldron was full of holes. It had experienced 9 levels of heaven's tribulation. But the 9 Tao marks that Gu Fei sent into the Nine Paths cauldron did not dissipate. The power of the heaven's tribulation was still there. The Nine Paths cauldron floated in the void. At this time, the Nine Paths cauldron's aura became obscure, no longer showing off. Divine objects concealed themselves. This was a heaven treasure. This, the little girl and Huang Fuzun were shocked to see the Nine Paths cauldron in the sky. I say, this cauldron is ruined. Didn't you work for nothing? The little girl laughed. Who said my cauldron is ruined? Ignorant. Gu Fei waved his right hand, and the power of the heaven's tribulation that had yet to dissipate gathered towards him. Rays of spiritual light gathered towards his right hand and turned into a ball of divine light. You, the little girl, and Huang Fuzun both sensed the terrifying power contained in the ball of divine light in Gu Fei's hand. If this power exploded, the entire area would be blown to smithereens. Gu Fei directly shot the ball of divine light into the Nine Paths cauldron in the sky. In the next moment, the entire Nine Paths cauldron shone with endless divine light. The power of the 9 great paths surged, and countless Tao patterns emerged and intertwined in the void around the Nine Paths cauldron. What shocked the little girl and Huang Fuzun was that the holes on the cauldron were disappearing. Soon, a black, inconspicuous cauldron appeared in front of them. Gu Fei waved his right hand, and the huge cauldron in the sky flew directly towards him. It kept shrinking, and when it landed in his hand, it was only the size of a fist. He held it in his hand. Not bad. Gu Fei said casually. What? Not bad. The Tian clan little girl was speechless. This was a heavenly artifact that had experienced heavenly tribulation. Huang Fuzun was dumbfounded as well. How could his master not take a heaven artifact seriously? This was a heaven artifact. In the entire Void Realm, only the Lingtian Palace had a heaven artifact. No one had ever heard of a second heaven artifact existing in the Void Realm. If there was, then this heaven cauldron would be the mirage, the second heaven artifact in history. I don't know if this cauldron can break the seal of the Void Realm. Gu Fei's words almost scared the little girl. She staggered and almost fell to the ground. You want to attack the Void Realm? The little girl's voice trembled. This guy spent 3 days to refine a celestial artifact just to attack the land of Void Beginning? The Tian clan was in trouble. Master, you want to go to the Void Realm? Huang Fuzun asked in shock. It was a place that even Ling Tian Palace Master couldn't attack. When Ling Tian Palace Master tried to enter the Void Realm, the world was shocked. Countless people came to watch. An entire Void Realm was in an uproar. Gu Fei was strong, but could he compare to Ling Tian Palace Master? Ling Tian Palace Master was the strongest warrior in the world. Even the strongest warrior couldn't enter the Void Realm. Could Gu Fei do it? Even Huang Fuzun didn't think highly of Gu Fei. The little girl from the Tian clan was even more pessimistic about Gu Fei. Then go ahead and give it a try. The little girl was shocked, but she was also very confident in her clan's defensive formation. Even Ling Tian Palace Master couldn't enter the Void Realm, so it was even more impossible for Gu Fei to do it. However, it was hard to say now that Gu Fei had a celestial weapon. It should be known that Palace Master Ling Tian did not use that mysterious celestial weapon when he attacked the land of Empty Beginning. Let's try, Gu Fei said, and threw the 9 paths cauldron in the direction of the Void Realm. The little girl and Huang Fuzun were dumbfounded. This guy just threw the heaven artifact out like that? Boom! Soon, a loud sound came from the direction of the land of Void Beginning. An extremely powerful wave of primordial qi swept over. It was earth-shattering. At this time in the Void Realm, in the ancestral land of the Tian clan, 12 extremely powerful auras suddenly erupted. These were the 12 ancient sovereigns of the Tian clan, existences that had become sovereign since ancient times, including Yu Hao and battle sovereign Yu Chang Tian. The entire Tian clan had 14 sovereigns. Among all the superpowers in the Void Realm, the Tian clan had the most sovereigns. Even the sovereigns of the Buddha clan couldn't compare to the Tian clan in terms of numbers. In a group fight, the Tian clan wasn't afraid of anyone, but sometimes numbers weren't enough. Just like when Ling Tian Palace Master attacked the Void Realm, the 12 ancient sovereigns of the Tian clan couldn't defeat Ling Tian Palace Master. Yu Hao and Yu Chang Tian had only become Emperor Realm cultivators after the ancient times. When Palace Master Ling Tian had attacked the Void Beginning, the 2 of them had only been God Kings. At this time, the 12 ancient sovereigns who were in seclusion in the ancestral land of the Tian clan woke up. Someone is attacking the land of Virtual Beginning? Are they here to die? An old voice came from the ancestral land of the Tian clan. At this time, the ancestral land of the Tian clan was in a mess. The entire Void Realm was shaking. A giant cauldron fell from the sky and shook the protective array of the Void Realm. This was a celestial artifact. An attack from a celestial artifact was equivalent to an attack from heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth was so strong that the protective array of the Void Realm was shaken. In the next moment, 12 beams of divine light rushed out of the ancestral land of the Tian clan. The 12 ancient sovereigns' powerful aura spread out, and all the living beings in the area were terrified. The combined aura of the 12 ancient sovereigns was too strong. Then, 12 figures appeared near Gu Fei's group and surrounded Gu Fei's group. What? The legendary 12 ancient sovereigns of the Tian clan? Huang Fuzun was shocked when he saw the 12 figures. 12 sovereigns. Gu Fei was also surprised. He had just attacked casually and the 12 sovereigns had appeared. The strength of the Tian clan was too strong. 12 emperors, plus the 2 fellows from before, the Tian clan actually had 14 great emperors. This kind of power was enough to sweep the world. Facing the 12 ancient sovereigns of the Tian clan, Gu Fei was still calm. Chapter 5239. Gu Fei, through the 9 paths cauldron he had just refined at the land of Void Beginning, startling the 12 ancient emperors. He looked around and saw that every ancient emperor exuded an ancient and powerful aura. They were ancient emperors. The Sky Clan had produced many ancient emperors since ancient times. These 12 ancient emperors were the trump card of the Sky Clan, and they would not be used easily. However, the commotion caused by Gu Fei using the Nine Paths cauldron to hit the land of Void Beginning was too great. The entire protective array of the land of Void Beginning shook. The 12 ancient emperors who were cultivating in seclusion in the ancestral land of the Sky Clan were alarmed. With the appearance of the 12 ancient emperors, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the entire land of Void Beginning became chaotic. The 12 ancient emperors surrounded Gu Fei and the others. Their murderous intent enveloped the entire area. Even Huang Fuzun, who had seen much of the world, was terrified. Huang Fuzun knew that with his cultivation and combat ability, he might not be able to defeat any of the ancient emperors. "Are you the ones causing trouble?" A white-haired and white-browed old man looked down at Gu Fei and the others. A powerful emperor's aura descended from the sky and pressed down on Gu Fei and the others. However, under the might of this ancient emperor, not to mention Gu Fei, even Huang Fuzun and the little girl of the Sky Clan were not afraid. At this time, a divine light flew from afar and fell into Gu Fei's hand. The divine light dissipated, and a simple and unadorned cauldron the size of a fist appeared in Gu Fei's right hand. That is, the 12 ancient emperors looked at the Nine Paths cauldron in Gu Fei's hand in shock. Was this the legendary celestial artifact? How was that possible? There was only one celestial artifact in the entire Void Realm, and it was in the depths of the ancestral land of the Ling Tian Palace. "Capture them," the white-haired and bearded old ancient emperor said loudly. Immediately, 2 silhouettes rushed towards Gu Fei. The incomparably powerful Emperor Realm experts shook the heavens and the earth. Gu Fei smiled. In the next moment, the 9 Daos cauldron in his hand smashed towards one of the ancient emperors. The 9 Daos cauldron expanded rapidly. What? The ancient god realm lord was shocked when he saw this. "Kill!" The ancient emperor clenched his right fist and punched at the incoming 9 Paths cauldron. Bam! With a muffled sound, the mountain-sized 9 Paths cauldron fell to the ground. At the same time, a figure descended from the sky. Boom! The ancient emperor who was blocking the 9 Paths cauldron was blasted into the ground. Seeing the scene, everyone was stunned. At this time, the 9 Paths cauldron quickly shrank before being thrown out by Gu Fei. Without any suspense, the second ancient emperor was also blasted away and disappeared without a trace. Gu Fei easily blasted away 2 ancient emperors. This caused the other ancient emperors to be dumbfounded. How was this possible? Were those 2 fake ancient emperors? These peerless ancient emperors of the Tian clan were like ants in front of Gu Fei. This caused the big shots of the Tian clan to be incomparably terrified. "Mother ***, attack together!" The old ancient emperor roared. With a flip of his right hand, a spear appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the ancient emperor charged towards Gu Fei with an imposing aura. The other ancient emperors of the Tian clan did the same. They immediately took out their Dao weapons and attacked Gu Fei. In an instant, killing intent filled the sky. The temperature of the entire world dropped rapidly under the impact of the killing intent. This was the joint attack of 10 ancient emperors of the Tian clan. Even Huang Fuzun, an old man who had dominated the world for countless years, was scared out of his wits. The power of the 10 ancient emperors of the Tian clan gathered together to form a terrifying and monstrous destructive force. In the face of this destructive force, Gu Fei suddenly became incomparably small. However, in the face of the ultimate attack of the 10 ancient emperors, Gu Fei merely smiled. In the next moment, he raised his right hand and shouted, "Collect!" Then, the monstrous destructive force formed by the strongest attack of the 10 ancient emperors was absorbed by the 9 Paths cauldron in Gu Fei's hand. Even the 10 ancient emperors were involuntarily sucked into the 9 paths cauldron in Gu Fei's hand. What? The little girl of the Tian clan was scared out of her wits. Those were the 10 ancient emperors of the Tian clan. How could they be taken away by Gu Fei just like that? Huangfu Zun was dumbfounded. He pinched his face hard. Ouch! I'm not dreaming. Huangfu Zun's voice trembled. Everything he saw was too surreal. Capturing 10 ancient emperors with a wave of his hand. This was simply mind-blowing. Moreover, the 10 ancient emperors were not ordinary ancient emperors. They were the ancient emperors of the Tian clan. At this moment, Yu Hao and Yu Changtian, who were in the distance, were so shocked that they almost fell from the sky. This scene was simply too unbelievable. All right, now I want to see what secrets are hidden in the land of void beginning. As he said that, Gu Fei released his powerful consciousness and read the memories of the 10 ancient emperors who were absorbed into the 9 paths cauldron. As expected, a smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. He had finally found a way to return. The so-called land of void beginning was actually a super-invincible transboundary teleportation array. This was a world-class teleportation array that could send people to other worlds. It was just like the Wheel of Heavens in the ancestral realm. As long as one controlled the land of void beginning, they could freely enter other worlds. The Tian clan was just the descendant of a supreme existence's servant. They were responsible for guarding the secret of the land of void beginning. This secret was only known to the Tian clan. Gu Fei knew that there was a world-class teleportation array in this world. In the land of void beginning in the void realm, there was only one such array. It was the one guarded by the Tian clan. Guarding the world-class teleportation array in the void realm was the responsibility of the Tian clan. After Gu Fei found out what he wanted to know, he patted the 9 paths cauldron. In the next moment, the 10 ancient emperors of the Tian clan flew out of the cauldron. Little girl, you're really good at pretending to be a pig. Gu Fei suddenly said to the little girl of the Tian clan. What did you say? The little girl of the Tian clan was scared by Gu Fei's stare. What do you think, ancestor of the Tian clan? Gu Fei said to the little girl of the Tian clan with a faint smile. What? Huangfu Zun heard this and stared at the innocent-looking little girl of the Tian clan. This little girl was the ancestor of the Tian clan? How was this possible? Are you kidding me? The little girl of the Tian clan stared at Gu Fei with a serious expression. You still want to pretend to be a pig? However, no matter how good you are, you can't eat a tiger like me. Chapter 5240. The cute Tian clan little girl was actually the legendary ancestor of the Tian clan. This caused everyone to be incomparably shocked. Ancestor. When the 12 ancient emperors saw that the little girl's identity had been seen through, they couldn't help but turn pale. How do you know my identity? The little girl no longer denied it, but she was curious as to how this guy knew her identity. She didn't know that Gu Fei had the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was as easy as flipping his hand to read the memories of the ancient emperors of the Tian clan. Moreover, the ancient emperors of the Tian clan didn't even realize that their memories had been read. This is a secret. Do you want to know? Gu Fei chuckled as he looked at the little girl from the heavenly clan. What do you think? The Tian clan little girl's expression became serious. It's actually very simple. As long as you become my servant, I'll tell you. Gu Fei said to the little girl with a smile that wasn't a smile. What did you say? The little girl clenched her fists and glared at Gu Fei. When the ancient emperors of the Tian clan heard this, they were shocked and angry. At this time, Huangfu Zun stood behind Gu Fei like a statue. He was shocked to the extreme and was dumbfounded. He never thought that this harmless little girl was the legendary ancestor of the Tian clan. How could he provoke the ancestor of the Tian clan? The strength of the Sky clan ancestor was undeniable. However, why was this Sky clan ancestor so easily subdued by him and then brought to master? When he thought about how he had actually captured the ancestor of the Tian clan here, Huangfu Zun wanted to die. He was really unlucky this time. Hee hee. The little girl suddenly laughed. Master, then tell this little one. The little girl smiled at Gu Fei and said, This. Now it was Gu Fei's turn to be dumbfounded. I was just saying it casually. My God, the dignified Tian clan's ancestor actually wanted to be my servant? The Tian clan's ancestor didn't follow the rules. Master, why haven't you told this servant yet? The little girl said with a fawning expression. Gu Fei was speechless. Master, could it be that you want to go back on your word? You're the most powerful existence in this world. If you go back on your word, it'll affect your Dao heart. The little girl from the Tian clan whispered as she counted on her fingers. Gu Fei had really lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot. All right, Gu Fei said helplessly, the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao, soul-snatching. Master, what did you say? The celestial girl's eyes lit up. I won't say it again. Gu Fei laughed. Playing tricks with me? Little girl, you're still too young. If those fellows from the Tian clan knew what Gu Fei was thinking, all of the Tian clan rankers would be stupefied. In this world, who would dare to say that the Tian clan's ancestor was young? 9 secrets of the immortal Dao. This was the first time the Tian clan little girl had heard of this kind of cultivation technique. This made the Tian clan little girl's heart itch. Something had gone wrong with her cultivation. Her body had turned into a child's, and her earth-shattering cultivation had disappeared. This made her so depressed that she almost vomited blood. What made her even more depressed was that she wanted to go out of the land of void to get some fresh air. Who would have thought that she would be captured by Huangfu Zun and brought here? Master, your cultivation is unfathomable. Can you help me take a look and see what's wrong with me? The little girl actually wanted to be Gu Fei's maid. This made the people of the Tian clan extremely ashamed and resentful. This was too embarrassing. However, the ancient emperors of the Tian clan knew very well that their ancestor was really unreliable. Tisk, why are you asking me if there's a problem with your cultivation? Gu Fei chuckled. You can tell that there's a problem with my cultivation. The little girl was surprised and happy. The ancestor had a problem with her cultivation. This was a secret in the Tian clan, and only the emperors were qualified to know. Huangfu Zun, who was at the side, suddenly realized that there was a problem with the cultivation of the ancestor of the Tian clan. That was why he was able to capture her so easily. If this ancestor had not had a problem with her cultivation, he would have been long dead. Hee hee, do you want me to help you? Gu Fei suddenly laughed. Of course I do. The little girl said excitedly. She had been thinking about recovering her cultivation day and night. Now that there was finally hope, she naturally could not miss it. Then you shall become my true slave. Let me place a restrictive spell on your body. Gu Fei said indifferently. What? The little girl was stunned when she heard this. Putting a restrictive spell on her was not something that could be easily done. She would really become Gu Fei's slave. Ancestor, don't. The 12 ancient emperors of the Tian clan were shocked when they heard this. He was just joking. If the ancestor was really put under a restrictive spell by Gu Fei, there would be no turning back. If the ancestor really became this person's slave, would the Tian clan still have the face to live in the void realm? That would really be a disgrace beyond the 9 heavens. Ancestor, I beg of you, the white-haired ancient emperor said with a trembling voice. What's the use of begging me? The little girl said angrily. Why, have you thought about it? Gu Fei said in an unperturbed tone. Ha, master, you must be joking. If you want to put a restrictive spell on me, feel free to do so. The little girl smiled. All right, Gu Fei said as he formed a seal with both hands and sent a seal into the little girl's body. Ancestor, there was a lot of wailing outside. The face of the celestial race had truly been lost this time. What are you crying about? Your ancestor is not dead yet. The little girl looked displeased. She could not feel the restrictive spell entering her body. This meant that the restrictive spell that Gu Fei had placed in her body was very powerful. This shocked the little girl. It's easy to recover your cultivation. From now on, you will follow me and cultivate. You will be my third disciple in the Void Realm. Gu Fei said calmly, "Not a servant, but a disciple? That's not bad. I like it." The little girl clapped her hands. The 12 ancient emperors of the Tian clan were dumbfounded. However, even if the ancestor did not need to be a servant, being a disciple was still a loss of status. The ancestor of the Tian clan, in the entire Void Realm, who had a higher status than the ancestor of the Tian clan. "All right, I want to enter the Void Realm to take a look." "My good disciple, is that okay?" Gu Fei said to the little girl. "Master, you want to enter the Void Realm?" The little girl's expression was a little unnatural. "Why can't I?" Gu Fei said with a sullen face. "Yes, why not? The problem is that even I can't enter." The little girl said with a bitter expression. "You're just a gatekeeper, right?" Gu Fei said angrily. "Master, how did you know?" The little girl said in shock. "I don't want to destroy the sealing formation here. Lead the way," Gu Fei said in a low voice. Chapter 5241. Gu Fei had accepted the old ancestor of the Sky Clan as a disciple. The Sky Clan was dumbfounded. It was shameful. The old ancestor of the Sky Clan was willing to be someone else's disciple. How could the people of the Sky Clan go out and meet others? The Sky Clan was depressed. Still not leading the way? Gu Fei was getting impatient. Was there really a world-class transmission array in the land of Void Beginning? Even the old ancestor of the Sky Clan didn't know, because the old ancestor of the Sky Clan was only a gatekeeper. The supreme character who had set up the land of Void Beginning had disappeared for countless years, leaving only the ancestor of the Sky Clan to guard the door. As for what was inside, even the old ancestor of the Sky Clan wasn't qualified to know. "Yes, Master. Please follow me, Master." The old ancestor of the Sky Clan hurried to lead the way. Old ancestor. The 12 ancient sovereigns of the Sky Clan were indignant, but they had to accept this fact because the old ancestor was the highest authority in the Sky Clan. No one dared to object to the old ancestor's words. The old ancestor was the ruler of the Sky Clan. Under the guidance of the Sky Clan's Gu Fei and the others came to the defensive array of the land of Void Beginning. Activated the defensive array. A door of light appeared on the layers of defensive arrays. After passing through the door of light, there was a huge space. Under the guidance of Gu Fei and Huangfu, Zun came to the land of Void Beginning, which was protected by layers of defensive arrays. In this huge space, not even a blade of grass grew. A black hall floated in the void. Was this the legendary Hall of Origin? The black temple floating in the sky was actually the legendary Hall of Origin? Gu Fei couldn't help shaking his head when he saw this scene. This was far from the empty beginning land that he had imagined. This empty beginning land wasn't a fairyland. There wasn't even a blade of grass to be seen. Moreover, the spiritual energy of the world was thin. How is this possible? Gu Fei was fine, but Huangfu Zun couldn't believe it. The legendary land of Void Beginning was such a desolate place. This was truly beyond imagination. Gu Fei directly soared into the sky and rushed towards the black temple floating in the sky. When the ancient emperors of the Tian clan saw this scene, they all revealed a cold smile. Bam! Gu Fei, who was flying in the air, seemed to have collided with something and came to a stop. Interesting. Gu Fei took out the 9 paths cauldron and smashed it at the black temple in the sky. No. When Yu Xian regained her senses, she saw Gu Fei using the 9 Dao cauldron, and she couldn't help but shout. Even the Tian clan's 12 ancient emperors were shocked by this scene. That was the Tian clan's sacred temple. And this guy actually attacked the Tian clan's sacred temple? This guy was too crazy. Even if the higher-ups of the Tian clan came here, they would still tremble with fear, not daring to show any disrespect. But this guy, not only did he not respect the sacred temple, he actually attacked the sacred temple. This guy was crazy. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the Tian clan's higher-ups, when the 9 Paths cauldron that Gu Fei smashed out was about to hit the sacred temple, a layer of divine light emerged from the sacred temple and instantly enveloped the sacred temple. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire world shook. Even the entire void that was protected by layers of formations looked like it was about to collapse. It was terrifying. The sacred temple in the sky did not move at all. This made the higher-ups of the Tian clan heave a sigh of relief. This was the Tian clan's sacred temple. How could it be destroyed so easily? Gu Fei waved his right hand, and the 9 Paths cauldron immediately flew back to his hand. How dare you! At this time, an incomparably majestic voice came from the sacred temple in the sky. In the next moment, a faint and illusory figure appeared in front of the sacred temple. Artifact Soul! When Gu Fei saw this figure, his eyes lit up. This palace actually gave birth to an artifact soul? With a single glance, he was able to see through the background of this illusory figure. You! The illusory figure was clearly taken aback. This human could actually see through his real body. Things didn't seem to be going well. The sacred temple's artifact soul was a little uneasy. Why did it come out? When Yu Xiener saw the artifact soul, she was a little stupefied. This fellow was extremely arrogant. Out of 10 times she came here to summon this fellow, 9 times out of 10, this fellow would simply ignore her. The moment Gu Fei came, the artifact soul jumped out. What was going on? Greetings, Your Honor. The Tian clan's 12 ancient emperors did not dare to be negligent in front of the artifact soul and immediately knelt down. Although this figure was an artifact soul, its origins were boundless. It was left behind by the master of the Tian clan's old ancestor. Even the Tian clan's old ancestor would not be able to use this artifact soul. Limitless Tao artifact. No wonder that little girl from Ling Tian Palace was unable to attack this place. Gu Fei looked calmly at the illusory Xin Ying in the skies and remarked. The moment the artifact soul heard this, it was even more startled. Seemed like this human had seen through all the secrets of this place. Who was this guy? Could he be an existence that came from the same supreme world as its master? A mere limitless Tao artifact? Gu Fei was truly not bothered by it at all. However, it seemed like this limitless Tao artifact had already fused together with the layers of formations around it. If that was the case, things were going to get a little tricky. This limitless Tao artifact, coupled with the layers of formations. This was as though a true limitless Tao artifact had descended upon this world. It was no wonder that even the Ling Tian Palace's master would have to suffer. In this place, Your Honor is invincible. How dare you behave so atrociously in Your Honor's territory? Are you courting death? The artifact soul said coldly. You're just a mere artifact soul. Submit obediently. Otherwise, I'll wipe away your consciousness. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and remarked calmly. What? The moment the Tian clan powerful beings heard this, their jaws dropped to the ground in shock. This, His Honor, was truly an invincible existence in this place. Back then, how powerful was the Ling Tian Palace's master? To think that such a powerful existence couldn't even break into this void space. To the 12 ancient emperors, if not for the fact that their old ancestor had opened up the protective formation for this black-robed kid to enter, how could this black-robed kid even enter this sacred place? The void space was the holy land of the Tian clan. Only beings of the emperor stage and above could enter this sacred place. This fellow was truly arrogant. To think that he would dare to behave so insolently in His Honor's territory. You're courting death. The artifact soul hollered in anger. In the next instant, a gigantic hand appeared in the skies and grabbed down at Gu Fei. The gigantic hand that descended from the skies enveloped Gu Fei instantly. The moment the crowd saw the artifact soul make its move, they dispersed immediately and distanced themselves from Gu Fei. They were afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Chapter 5242. The greatest secret of the Void Realm, the Sky Clan, and the Land of Void Beginning was right in front of Gu Fei. In fact, Gu Fei had already guessed some of the secrets of the Land of Void Beginning. It was just a world-class teleportation formation platform that was set up by an expert from a world of a higher level than the Void Realm. The only world of a higher level than the Void Realm was the legendary Unbounded Realm. The Unbounded Realm was the supreme world of the legends. There was no life or death in this world, and there was no sickness or pain. It was a world where all creatures could live forever. However, theoretically speaking, the people of this world could live forever and would not die. However, if they were fatally injured here, they would also die. The premise of immortality was that the people of this world would never fight or quarrel. Once a fight broke out, it was very likely that someone would die. However, where there were people, there would be grudges. Even the people of the Unbounded Realm could not live without desires. At this moment, Gu Fei threw out the 9 Paths cauldron that he had just refined and smashed the soul of the Sky Clan sacred palace. Moreover, Gu Fei did not care about this mere soul at all. However, in this way, Gu Fei had angered this supreme soul. Rumble! A huge hand fell from the sky and grabbed at Gu Fei. The soul attacked in anger, and the power of this grab was not to be underestimated. The people of the Sky Clan retreated far away, not daring to get close. This was a fight between immortals, and only mortals would be affected. Even Gu Fei's new disciple, Yu Feixian, retreated. Only Huangfu Zun remained behind Gu Fei. The pressure from the huge hand that fell from the sky was so strong that Huangfu Zun almost fell to the ground. Gu Fei's expression did not change. He reached out with his right hand and pointed upward. Swoosh! A ray of light shot out from the tip of his finger and instantly pierced the huge hand of the Sky Clan Sacred Palace. This huge hand, with the place that Gu Fei had pierced as the center, dissipated in all directions. Soon, the huge hand completely disappeared into the void. What? The artifact soul was taken aback. After the finger light pierced through the giant hand, it directly pierced through its illusory figure. However, such an attack could not harm the artifact soul at all. A special life form like an artifact soul could only be killed by special means. Even Gu Fei did not expect to be able to kill the artifact soul with a single finger. This was the artifact soul of the Heavenly Race Temple. The status of the Sacred Hall's artifact soul in the Tian clan was even higher than that of the old ancestor. However, the artifact soul could not leave this place and could only roam this small world. Little fellow, you do have some ability. No wonder you dare to be so impudent in front of me. The artifact soul said coldly, I think you'd better obediently submit to me. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to erase you. Gu Fei calmly looked at the artifact soul in the sky. Ha ha, the artifact soul laughed heartily. You little brat, you're really arrogant. This is my territory and I'm the strongest here. What right do you have to fight with me? The artifact soul said fiercely. Is that so? Gu Fei was still very calm. Rumble. At this time the entire empty beginning space began to shake. Rays of divine light shot out from the sacred hall and entered the artifact soul's body. Very quickly, the illusory artifact soul became clear. It was a lady in white. She looked very young, around 17 or 18 years old. However, everyone present knew that this lady in white was a super antique who had existed for God knows how long. Hee, I've underestimated you. Gu Fei suddenly laughed. Haha, you're afraid. The lady in white laughed proudly. Me? Afraid of you? Gu Fei raised his middle finger at the lady in white. He just did not expect the artifact soul to have reached a state where it could condense into a physical body. This was not something an ordinary artifact soul could do. You're courting death. In a flash, the white-clothed woman charged down from the sky towards Gu Fei. At this time, the ancient emperors of the Sky Clan who saw this scene were dumbfounded. This supreme being was actually a lady in white. After so many years, this was the first time they had seen the true appearance of the artifact soul. The lady in white was very fast. In a flash, she punched at Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and caught the white-clothed woman's incoming fist. Bam! With a muffled sound, his feet broke the ground and sank into the ground. The ground here was different. The ground here had been refined by an expert, and it was even harder than godly metal. However, Gu Fei had still managed to create 2 large craters on the ground with his stomps. Roar! Gu Fei let out a roar. He shook his right hand that had caught the lady in white's fist and directly sent the lady in white flying. 1 punch to break the limit. Gu Fei took 2 steps forward and threw a punch at the white-clothed woman who was sent flying. An extremely violent fist force exploded from his fist and instantly blasted in front of the lady in white. The lady in white circled her hands in front of her, and the void distorted. Gu Fei's fierce fist force was actually moved to the side, but the lady in white was not injured at all. Gu Fei was a little surprised. The mystique displayed by the lady in white was similar to one of his 9 secrets of the immortal path, the chaotic secret technique. Heaven transformation hand. Gu Fei's feet stepped on the ground and instantly shot up into the sky. Then he reached out his right hand and pressed it directly at the lady in white. The power of heaven transformation immediately surged out of his hand and obliterated the lady in white. In the next moment, the lady in white was enveloped by Gu Fei's power of heaven transformation. In but an instant, the figure of the lady in white became faint and illusory again. More than half of the yuan qi she had gathered was instantly dissolved. "You!" the lady in white cried out in shock. She suddenly became weak. She did not dare to attack again and turned to flee. In truth, she was only an artifact soul. After leaving the sacred hall, it was already impressive that she could use 100% of the sacred hall's power. Therefore, she could not wait to escape back to the sacred hall. Only by combining the soul with the artifact could the Tao artifact unleash its greatest power. Yin and Yang reversal, Gu Fei bellowed. In the next moment, the space around him seemed to reverse as it trembled, trapping the white-clothed woman who was about to escape. "What are you trying to do? Let me go." The lady in white glared at Gu Fei in shock and anger. "How can I let you go? Didn't you say that this is your territory and that you have the greatest leverage?" Gu Fei crossed his arms and looked at the lady in white with a faint smile. "Sir, I was wrong. Please let me go." Chapter 5243. Gu Fei had sealed the space with a single move, directly trapping the artifact soul of the Tian clan's sacred palace. This shocked the white-clothed woman who was the artifact soul to the extreme. Seeing that she was no match for Yi Futian, the white-robed girl immediately admitted defeat and begged for mercy. "I'm going to faint. You're the soul of the sacred temple. Can't you have some integrity?" Yu Xian, the ancestor of the Sky Clan, looked at the white-robed girl with disdain. "It's easy for you to talk. If it were you, would you have the guts to not admit defeat?" The white-robed girl sneered at Yu Xian, No, little girl, you already admitted defeat. Otherwise, why would you bring an outsider in?" The white-robed girl suddenly laughed. "You're the little girl. You're just an artifact soul, a monster without a physical body." Yu Xian pointed at the white-robed girl, trapped in the void, and jumped up to curse. Gu Fei and the others were dumbfounded. These two were actually cursing in the sacred land of the Sky Clan. This was the most important place of the Sky Clan. One should know that only Emperor Realm clansmen could enter. Moreover, without the ancestor summons, even the 12 ancient emperors of the Sky Clan would not dare to enter the sacred land. The sacred land hid the Sky Clan's greatest and most secretive secret. Seeing the two quarrel, Gu Fei watched the show from the sidelines. Huang Fuzun, who was next to Gu Fei, was completely dumbfounded. Were these two fellows really the two supreme experts of the Tian clan? Of course, although the artifact soul could take human form, it was not a real person. In fact, all Dao treasures above the extreme Dao could take human form. However, Dao treasures like the unbounded Dao treasure were even more powerful. They were no different from real life and could use all kinds of mystiques. If the sacred temple of the Sky Clan was allowed to fuse with the sacred temple, then even Gu Fei would be completely crushed. However, Gu Fei was not that stupid. He had taken the initiative to trap the artifact soul, preventing it from merging with the holy temple. In this way, without the artifact soul, the holy temple was just a dead object. Just when Gu Fei entered the holy land of the Sky Clan, in the Void World, in the territory of the Buddha Clan, Long Xiaozhou, and the Battle Sect were still chasing after Manyu, who had turned into a devil. But even though Manyu was possessed, he became even more cunning. He hid in the dark, constantly attacking. Those who were killed by him would have their essence, energy, and spirit completely devoured, turning into dried corpses. In the beginning, this fellow could only attack the disciples of the Battle Gate, because the disciples of the Battle Gate were the weakest among the three great powers. However, as time passed, the people Manyu hunted changed. There was actually a disciple of the Buddha clan who died in his hands. Manyu, who had turned into a devil, was only doing one thing now, and that was to increase his cultivation. And to people who had turned into a devil, the method to increase their cultivation was very simple, and that was to directly devour the essence, qi, and soul of others. This method was simple, direct, and effective. The time required was also the shortest. Manyu wanted to find Gu Fei for revenge, so turning into a devil was a shortcut. However, this shortcut wasn't easy to take. There was no free lunch in the world, and there was no such thing as a pie falling from the sky. If you want to obtain great power, you have to pay a corresponding price. This was the unchanging truth of the world. It was impossible to obtain something without sowing in the cultivation world. A disciple of the Buddha clan was actually killed by Manyu, and this caused the higher-ups of the Buddha clan to be furious, especially the Fury Buddha, because the disciple of the Buddha clan that was killed by Manyu was a disciple of the Fury Buddha's line, and he was even his grand disciple. This caused the Fury Buddha to want to send Manyu to the 18th level of hell and never reincarnate. However, the Fury Buddha had to be able to drag Manyu out first. At this moment, Manyu was willing to do anything, and he would use any means. The current Manyu was in extreme danger, because after he turned into a devil, his emotions as a human would gradually disappear. When his emotions as a human completely disappeared, he would turn into a true devil. At that time, he only knew how to kill. Gu Fei naturally didn't know all this. Where the hell is that guy hiding? In the Buddha clan's territory on a mountain peak, Long Xiaozhou stood on a huge rock and looked around. He saw that the surrounding mountains were lush and lush. If a person wanted to hide in such a place, it wouldn't be so easy to drag him out. "Princess, why don't we let the West Sea send more people?" The Black Dragon King, who was standing behind Long Xiaozhou, said, "Send more people." Long Xiaozhou muttered to himself. With the strength of the West Sea Dragon clan, it wasn't impossible for them to send more powerhouses to the Zhongtian Buddha clan. However, even if they sent 10 times more powerhouses, it wouldn't make a difference. This was because this region was simply too big. Perhaps only an existence like Ling Tian Palace Master would be able to drag Manyu out. However, Long Xiaozhou didn't have enough face to invite Ling Tian Palace Master. "Why don't we call Father over to take a look?" Long Xiaozhou suddenly said, "Lord Dragon Sovereign." When the Black Dragon King heard this, he was instantly shocked. Lord Dragon Sovereign was the ruler of the West Sea. Asking him to deal with Manyu? What ability did Manyu have? "Let's do that." Long Xiaozhou did what she said, and really sent a letter to her father. This made the Black Dragon King feel very depressed. At this moment, in a cave deep in the forest, a figure was sitting cross-legged in a pool of muddy water. This person was covered in mud, but his blood-colored eyes were incomparably bright. He was none other than Long Xiaozhou, the person whom the Buddha clan and the battle sect wanted to kill, Man Yu. At this moment, Man Yu had merged with the surrounding aura. Moreover, he was hiding deep underground, so it was even harder for others to sense his aura. Even an Emperor realm existence, like the Fury Buddha, couldn't sense Man Yu's existence, let alone others. Actually, Long Xiaozhou and the others had already guessed that Man Yu should be hiding underground. Otherwise, with the abilities of the Buddha clan's emperors, how could he hide? However, underground was really a good place to hide. Man Yu hid underground. This way, even the emperors of the Buddha clan, like the Fury Buddha, couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, at this moment, Man Yu still didn't want to leave. He wanted to devour more essence energy to raise his combat strength. It wasn't easy to find Gu Fei to take revenge. There were so many cultivation experts here. If he didn't devour their essence energy, who should he devour? Man Yu still appeared and disappeared mysteriously to kill the people of the battle sect, and even the people of the Buddha clan. However, it was hard for him to deal with the experts of the West Sea. This was because the people from the West Sea were experts among experts. All of them were God-King realm existences. At this moment, Man Yu still didn't dare to provoke these existences, because once he was entangled, he would be finished. Chapter 5244. In the Buddha race's Buddha land, a demon actually appeared in the extreme demon cave. This demon successfully escaped from the cave and started a massacre in the Buddha land. At this moment, everyone in the Buddha land was in a state of panic. One must know that there weren't just Buddha race disciples in the Buddha land, there were also cultivators and even ordinary people. As the two most powerful forces in the middle heaven domain of the void realm, the Buddha clan naturally had countless people under them. There were also countless foreign races that were subdued by the Buddha race and became guardian beasts of the Buddha race. This demon did not fight the Buddha clan head-on. Instead, he specifically hunted down the weaker disciples of the Buddha clan or other living beings. However, up until now, the people who had died at the hands of this demon were not disciples of the Buddha ancestor, but disciples of the battle sect. This made the sect leader, Wang Dozhan, extremely depressed. The vice sect leader, Lei Ao, even crazily searched for Man Yu in the Buddha land. If I catch that guy, I will definitely tear him apart and feed him to the dogs. In a forest, Lei Ao looked at the corpses of the 3 battle sect disciples. Lei Ao was infuriated. In addition to the 3 battle sect disciples, there were already 23 battle sect disciples who were killed by Man Yu. 23 disciples of the battle sect. These disciples were the elites of the battle sect. But now, 23 of them had been killed in an instant. Naturally, this caused Lei Ao to go crazy with rage. It wasn't easy to nurture these elite disciples. All of you better be smart, or else, man, you will have it easy if you die. Lei Ao clenched his fists. At this moment, Man Yu, who had devoured many warriors' essence, chi, hid deep underground and couldn't come out. This Buddha land was a spirit land in the void realm central heaven. Spirit chi gathered, and deep underground, there were countless earth veins. Once Man Yu hides underground, it won't be easy to find him. Plus, if this guy was ruthless and hid in the earth vein to cultivate for hundreds or thousands of years, Long Xiaozhou and the others wouldn't have the time to waste with him. The old dragon emperor of the West Sea dragon race had a good relationship with an ancestor-level figure of the Buddha race. Long Xiaozhou could stay as long as he wanted in the Buddha land. But Long Xiaozhou couldn't stay in the land of Buddha forever. She had already been in the land of Buddha for some time, but she still couldn't find Man Yu. This made her slightly anxious. She had already arrived at Culmination Sky, yet she actually didn't catch Man Yu. How was she going to report back? She was secretly competing with Gu Fei's other disciple, Xiaoya. Xiaoya entered the sect early, and although she was young, she was the eldest senior sister. This made Long Xiaozhou somewhat unconvinced. They all wanted to show off in front of Gu Fei and prove that they were better than him. If Long Xiaozhou returned empty-handed, he would definitely be ridiculed by Xiaoya. However, they never expected that they would have another junior sister in the same sect. Furthermore, this junior sister's background was too great. If they were to find out about this senior sister's background, they would definitely be scared to death. Lei Ao continued to lead his men to chase after Manu. However, they had already learned their lesson. The disciples of the battle gate gathered together and moved together. In this way, Manu could no longer silently kill the disciples of the battle gate. Manu also specially hunted the weak. The land of Buddha was very big. There were simply too many places that Manu could hide in. He was afraid that he had already left the extreme Devil Mountain. Once he left the extreme Devil Mountain, he would be like a fish in the sea. However, Manu still had to find Gu Fei to take revenge. Looks like I can't continue to stay in the extreme Devil Mountain. Deep underground, Manu, who was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock, muttered. The current extreme Devil Mountain was really dangerous. When he was hunting the 3 disciples of the battle gate, he was almost caught by Lei Ao. In the extreme Devil Mountain, there were experts from the 3 major forces. Once he was entangled by those experts, even if his cultivation increased greatly, he wouldn't be able to defeat those old fellows. Let's retreat first. Man, you made up his mind. For the next few days, no one was killed in the extreme Devil Mountain. However, very quickly, someone found the dried corpse of the abbot in a temple 100 miles away from the extreme Devil Mountain. This made the higher-ups of the Buddha clan furious. However, by doing so, everyone knew that the demon that had been trapped in the extreme Demon Mountain had escaped from the mountain. The experts of the Buddha clan immediately left the extreme Devil Mountain and continued to chase after Manu. It wasn't a small matter that a demon had appeared in the extreme Devil Mountain. If things went wrong, a terrifying demon would appear in the Void Realm. If that happened, the entire Void Realm would be plunged into misery and suffering. The Buddha clan definitely couldn't let such a thing happen. Manu, Long Xiaozhou, was also very depressed. They had so many people, and yet they couldn't catch that bastard Manu. This was too embarrassing. Let's go. Long Xiaozhou brought the experts of the West Sea and left the extreme Devil Mountain. The thing that everyone didn't want to see happened in the end. Manu had escaped from the extreme Devil Mountain. The land of Buddha was really huge. It would be difficult to catch Manu now. While the Buddha clan was in a terrible situation because of Manu, Gu Fei found out what he wanted to know in the sacred ground of the Sky Clan. The sacred hall of the Sky Clan was the legendary Hall of Origin. Actually, the entire sacred hall was a transboundary transfer array. If one wanted to leave the Void Realm, there was only one way, and that was to walk the path of the sacred hall. However, for countless years, no one was able to activate this transboundary transfer array. In other words, after the master of the sacred hall left, no one else could leave the Void Realm. Even the old ancestor of the Sky Clan, Yuxian couldn't leave. If there was anyone who wanted to leave the Void Realm, it would definitely be Yuxian. She had been waiting for her master here for countless years. However, after her master left, he never returned. As for Yuxian, she was guarding a teleportation array that could allow her to cross realms. However, she was unable to activate it and leave the Void Realm. Over the countless years, she had been extremely depressed. This time, Gu Fei's appearance gave her hope. She even acknowledged Gu Fei as her master and directly brought Gu Fei into the sacred ground of the Sky Clan. Now, Gu Fei even subdued the soul of the sacred hall. In this way, Gu Fei became the first person to enter the sacred hall of the Sky Clan after countless years. This was the transfer array that could leave the Void Realm. When Gu Fei entered the sacred hall, he saw the ancient transfer array in the middle of the hall. This array had existed for countless years, and there were countless ancient runes carved on it. Gu Fei didn't recognize any of these runes. However, he directly reached out and grabbed the artifact soul that was floating beside him, and directly read its memories. The soul was shocked and angry, but it didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. Chapter 5245. The sacred temple of the Sky Clan did not have a tool soul from the start. Instead, it had gradually gained sentience over a long period of time. Moreover, the tool soul was very careful. From the day it gained sentience, it had always been hidden. One day, when the tool soul felt that it could defeat the little girl outside, it suddenly jumped out. Yu Xian, who was cultivating in the sacred ground of the Sky Clan, was scared half to death when someone suddenly jumped out of the sacred temple. She had thought that the tool soul was a creature from another world. However, she later discovered that it was the soul of the sacred temple. Yu Xian was both shocked and angry. This guy dared to play with her. Hence, the two of them fought in the sacred ground of the Sky Clan. In the end, Yu Xian was depressed that she could not defeat this guy. The power gathered by the sacred temple was too strong. Even though Yu Xian was a peak emperor, she could not defeat the soul of the sacred temple. She was beaten up and thrown out of the void space. This made Yu Xian not dare to enter the void space for a long time. However, Yu Xian did not come. The soul of the sacred temple felt very bored because it could not leave the void space. In the end, Yu Xian and the soul of the sacred temple reached an agreement. Yu Xian could enter the void space to cultivate. However, the two of them could not get along. Whenever they met, they would always quarrel. At this time in the sacred temple, in front of the ancient teleportation formation, Gu Fei directly read the soul of the sacred temple's memories. He knew how to activate the teleportation formation. No wonder these guys could not activate the teleportation formation. The minimum cultivation needed to activate the teleportation formation was at least at the extreme grade. In the void realm, existences at the extreme grade and above were supreme emperors. The entire Sky Clan was extremely powerful. The 12 ancient emperors were overlords. However, even if the 12 ancient emperors joined forces, they could not activate the teleportation formation. In the entire void realm, only Palace Master Ling Tian was a supreme emperor. Of course, there was also Gu Fei now. Master, you can activate the teleportation formation? The soul of the sacred temple looked at Gu Fei in shock. How would I know if I don't try? As Gu Fei spoke, he walked towards the platform step by step. The Star Devourer beast turned into a fist-sized monkey and sat on Gu Fei's left shoulder. At this time, the fierce beast was extremely quiet. Yu Xian, the soul of the sacred hall, and Huang Fuzun all looked at Gu Fei nervously. The 12 ancient emperors of the Tian clan did not come in. Without the summons of the old ancestor, even the 12 ancient emperors did not dare to enter the sacred hall. They all waited outside obediently. As for the 2 new emperors, Yu Haoyu and Yu Changtian, they couldn't even enter the void beginning space. The internal hierarchy of the Tian clan was strict, and everyone had to abide by the rules. At this time, Gu Fei had already ascended the ancient platform. He had read the memories of the soul of the sacred temple and could already understand these incomparably ancient runes. This was the limitless immortal mark that was commonly used in the limitless realm. Gu Fei placed his hand on the ancient array platform's activation array core. Then he channeled his body's yuan qi into the array core. In next to no time, the infinite immortal marks around the formation core lit up one after another. Success! Yu Xian was extremely shocked. If the ancient array platform could be activated, it meant that she could leave the void realm. The void realm was simply too small. Furthermore, it was too boring here. The boundless world was the biggest stage in the myriad realms. Soon, the ancient array platform was activated. In the sky above the Tian clan, a huge whirlpool immediately appeared. All the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the area gathered towards the whirlpool. Then it transformed into a pillar of spiritual energy that descended from the sky and entered the sacred hall. Buzz! The entire ancient array platform let out a buzzing sound. In the next moment, all the runes on the ancient array platform lit up. The ancient array platform had actually been activated by Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei was currently in a difficult situation. His right hand was sucked in by the ancient array platform, and the Yuan Qi in his body was constantly being sucked away by the ancient array platform. In just a short while, he felt exhausted. No wonder Yu Xian, and the others couldn't activate the ancient array platform. He was almost sucked dry by the ancient array platform. If those sovereigns wanted to activate the ancient array platform, they would have been sucked dry before they could even activate it. At this moment, the names of the worlds around the ancient array platform appeared. Limitless, eternal, primogenitor. One by one, familiar names appeared in front of him. Gu Fei was extremely excited. He could finally go back. He had left the eternal world for a period of time. It had been even longer since he left the human realm. He didn't know what was going on in the human realm. His family, brothers, and friends were all in the heavenly realm and human realm. He really wanted to go back and have a look. Moreover, he had left behind forces in the various worlds. With him around, no one could threaten his forces. However, he had been away for a long time. He wasn't too worried about the heavenly realm and human realm. With the old turtle around, the heavenly realm's Yao clan was incomparably powerful. Moreover, he had left behind an eternal Tao treasure for Yen, and Ling, As long as those old antiques in the eternal world didn't enter the heavenly realm and human realm, no one could threaten them. It really activated. Ha! At this moment, Yu Xian laughed excitedly. She could finally leave this place. The sacred temple soul was also very happy because it could finally leave this damned place. After staying in one place for a long time, it would definitely be extremely boring. However, just as Yu Xian, and the sacred temple soul were incomparably excited, the entire ancient array platform that was emitting divine light suddenly disappeared. Because at this moment, Gu Fei had already retracted his palm. Then, the entire ancient array platform's array formation stopped working. Mother ***, if I continue to be sucked in by the ancient array platform, I will be directly beaten back to my original state. Gu Fei had no choice but to retract his palm. This ancient array platform was simply a bottomless pit. Even he couldn't withstand it. If he wanted to truly activate this ancient teleportation array, he would probably have to pull Palace Master Ling Tian with him. The teleportation array platform's array formation stopped working. The huge vortex of spiritual energy in the sky above the Heavenly Clan's territory also disappeared. In the Heavenly Clan's territory, countless Heavenly Clansmen were indescribably shocked. What in the world had happened in the sacred ground? Everyone was extremely curious. Everyone wanted to know what had happened, but they could only obediently wait outside the sacred ground. Even Yu Hao and Yu Changtian were waiting outside the sacred ground's entrance. What's going on? Why did it stop? Yu Xian was dumbfounded. The sacred temple's soul was also dumbfounded. Master, continue. Yu Xian said anxiously. Continue my ass. Gu Fei directly scolded. This daddy is already half dead, and you still want to continue? How? Do you want this daddy's vitality to be greatly damaged? Chapter 5246. The ancient teleportation platform stood quietly in the sacred palace of the celestial clan. It was like a sleeping heavenly beast. Once awakened, it would definitely turn the world upside down. The power gathered by the platform was too strong. It was definitely at the infinite grade. Only a teleportation platform of this level could teleport people to the infinite realm and other great worlds. The infinite realm was a supreme great world that surpassed the ancestral realm. It could be understood that the infinite realm contained all the ancestral realms, and the ancestral realms contained all the worlds in the universe. All the worlds in the universe were actually the lowest level of the universe. To teleport people to a higher level great world, the more power was needed. This was undeniable. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, it was already not easy for him to activate the infinite grade teleportation platform. However, with his power alone, he really could not teleport people out. Unless he asked Palace, Lord Ling Tian, for help. Palace, Lord Ling Tian, was not from this world. She wanted to leave the Void Realm so badly. If he went to find her, wouldn't that little girl come running to him? Master, what's going on? Yu Xian'er saw Gu Fei walking down the platform and asked hurriedly, Sai, I'm old. My old arms and legs are useless. I can't do what I want. Gu Fei shook his head and sighed. Yu Xian'er was dumbfounded. What was he talking about? No matter how old you are you as old as me? Resisting the urge to go crazy, Yu Xian'er said, Since Master's body is so weak, do you want disciple to nourish you? Of course, of course. How? Gu Fei's eyes lit up. Hee, that's easy. Yu Xian'er took out countless treasures from the world she had created. The entire virtual world was suddenly filled with rays of light and auspicious qi. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth soared. Huangfu Zun's eyes widened. This small mountain of treasures was piled on the ground just like that? What is that? A 10,000-year-old ginseng king in human form? And that knotweed that can already transform? I'm going to faint. That's a sacred item for refining. The 5 elements divine metal. Huangfu Zun listed more than a dozen peerless medicines and refining materials that couldn't be found in the Void Realm. This Tian race ancestors collection was too amazing, casually throwing out a treasury. The 5 elements divine metal was even rarer, more precious, and more difficult to obtain than the 9 heavens psychic mysterious metal that he had been waiting for 1,000 years. After all, the process of forming the 5 elements divine metal was just too difficult. It had to be a place where the 5 elements qi of the world gathered in order to have a chance of nurturing this kind of divine metal. The 5 elemental energies of heaven and earth were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. It was simply too difficult to gather these 5 types of spiritual energies in one place. However, to Huangfu Zun's astonishment, his master looked down on the treasures in front of him. Just this little bit of stuff isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Gu Fei said indifferently. Although he looked down on the treasures, he extended his right hand, and a stream of energy immediately enveloped the pile of treasures on the ground. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, the spiritual essence of the pile of peerless materials was continuously devoured by Gu Fei. A huge pile of divine materials. How much spiritual essence was contained in this pile of divine materials? Even Yu Xian'er's mouth dropped open in shock. Her new master was so awesome that he was devouring the spiritual essence of the heavenly treasures just like that. There was a lot of heavenly treasures in this pile. The spiritual energy gathered by the mountain-like pile of heavenly treasures was something that even an emperor could not refine in an instant. This, Huangfu Zun was dumbfounded by the scene. This was such a waste of heavenly treasures. Master, leave the 5 elements divine metal to me, Huangfu Zun begged. What he lacked right now was a divine material. When he fought against Yu Hao of the Tian clan, his array disc was destroyed by Yu Hao's sky tremor seal of the Tian clan. Now, Huangfu Zun had to refine a new array disc. The art of arrays in the Void Realm had not been fully developed yet. Even Huangfu Zun had not mastered the ability to form arrays out of thin air. Even Huangfu Zun, the Emperor of Arrays, needed the help of an array disc when he was constructing arrays. As long as he had the array disc, Huangfu Zun would be the best Emperor of Arrays in the Void Realm. However, without the array disc, Huangfu Zun would be a toothless tiger. Of course, Huangfu Zun could construct arrays without the array disc, but it would take a lot of time, and he could not do it as he pleased. You want this scrap of metal? Gu Fei glanced at Huangfu Zun. Scrap of metal? Hearing that, Huangfu Zun staggered and almost fell. Master, I want the scrap of metal. Give me 1, no, 10 of them. Huangfu Zun said anxiously. Get lost. With a thought from Gu Fei, the piece of 5 elements metal flew out of the pile of treasures and landed at Huangfu Zun's feet. Huangfu was so happy that he threw himself on the ground and held the piece of 5 elements metal in his arms. This was the divine material that he had been dreaming of. The 5 elements metal was much more precious than the 9 heaven metal that he had failed to obtain in that poor mountain valley for 1,000 years. He could not get the 9 heaven metal, but now he had the 5 elements metal. This was definitely a blessing in disguise. This guy, Gu Fei, shook his head helplessly. It was just a piece of 5 elements metal. Why was he so happy? Divine materials were also divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. The 5 elements metal was also divided into different grades. This piece of 5 elements metal was actually the lowest grade of 5 elements metal. This kind of material naturally could not catch Gu Fei's eye. However, in the eyes of people like Huangfu, the lowest grade of 5 elements metal was already a peerless divine material. Soon, the spiritual essence of the peerless divine material on the ground was completely devoured by Gu Fei. The 10,000-year-old ginseng king directly turned into dust, and the knotweed that could turn into dust also turned into dust. Even the godly metal and godly gold were turned into powder. This, Yu Xian'er could not help but be shocked. The master that she had just acknowledged was really shocking. "My good disciple, do you have more? Give me more. It's not enough. Your master is still very weak." Gu Fei looked at Yu Xian'er. "Then disciple will replenish master's vitality." Yu Xian'er waved her right hand, and another pile of treasures appeared in front of Gu Fei and Huangfu. "Disciple, it seems that you have a lot of stock." Gu Fei was just speaking casually. He didn't expect that Yu Xian'er would really take out another pile of heavenly treasures. He did not hold back anymore and directly sucked the pile of treasures into dust. However, the spiritual qi was really nothing to Gu Fei. At best, it was just to fill the gaps between his teeth.